Hey guys, tonight we begin an odyssey across ancient dunes beneath a ghostly full moon where each grain of sand dances like glitter in the low light. Picture yourself standing on a ridge as the moon's glow spills over rolling mounds, making the desert look like a vast ocean frozen in time. You probably won't survive this if you don't pay attention. Well, maybe not literally, but trust me, those dunes don't give refunds and have zero customer service. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Also, drop a comment with your location and local time. I want to know where you're tuning in and what time it is where you are. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You trudge forward, your boots sinking slightly as you cross the first dune crest. Historians still argue whether traders preferred night travel solely to avoid scorching daytime heat or to evade bandits lurking in the open. But either way, the moonlit desert has its own perils. The Silk Road flourished by the 2nd century BCE, stitching east and west with silk and spices. Your senses sharpen. The air is cool in illusion after the day's heat, but welcome nonetheless. You smell dry sand mingled with a faint hint of date palm from some distant oasis. Your ears catch the distant howl of a desert fox. Whether real or imagination, you can't tell. One quirky tidbit: some caravan leaders carried tiny metal bells, believing that if a sand spirit tried to sneak up, the jingling would banish it. And that subtle tune of the wind feels like a lullaby coaxing you forward. Ahead, you spot the silhouette of a camel, laden with clay jars and bolts of fabric, its handler a dark figure beside it. Caravans often moved in loose lines, carrying everything from Chinese silk to Roman glass beads. Tonight, you tote jars of green tea, an odd trade that thrilled Persian merchants to no end. The moon hangs low and luminous. You lift your gaze, using the lunar glow to navigate, since there are no landmarks here. But tonight, the moon itself is your compass. You pause to trace its reflection on a dune's ridge. Inky black shadows lie on the leeward side, and you keep to illuminated slopes to avoid missteps. Your companion, a veteran guide named Mirza, moves without a word. His silhouette flickers like a candle in a breeze lantern slung at his side. Mirza's leather cloak flaps like a makeshift sail, reminding you this cloak once kept a camel thief at bay. You can sense his years of experience. His eyesight picks up distant dust plumes before you even catch a hint of grit in your teeth. This deep trust in caravan mates is essential. Occasionally, a breeze spirals dust into a mini whirlwind that dances across a dune's crest. It reminds you of a dervish's dance, spinning endlessly, yet going nowhere. You watch it swirl, a fleeting ghost of sand, before it vanishes. A sudden rumble underfoot pulls you from thoughts. No, it's not an earthquake, just a distant shift, where two dunes meet, sand cascading down like an inverted waterfall. You wonder if camels with padded feet feel these tremors differently, though you bet they're too polite to complain. You steady yourself, letting your eyes adjust to the shifting contrast between lunar highlights and deep shadows. You remember the chirp of desert crickets now gone muted by the whisper of sand. You sip water from a goatskin pouch, feeling cold liquid slide past your lips. 10 sips to stay hydrated, your guide's rule. That goatskin pouch holds liquid gold in this dry expanse, and you treat it like your most precious treasure. You pat the camel's flank, feeling its warmth under your palm. You jokingly vow to send a postcard to anyone still expecting you at tomorrow's market, if you make it, that is. The moon's glow shifts. A cloud glides overhead, dimming the brightness. Suddenly, the world turns void. You stumble onto a steeper slope, almost lose your footing. Panic bubbles, then you force a calm exhale. Mirza grins in the dim light, saying, docking your camel in a sandstorm is like parking a Ferrari in an avalanche. No fun. In moments like this, you remind yourself to feel the angle beneath your soul, to sense sand's granularity. You might think it's just sand, but the desert's texture is a narrator, each granule a syllable in its ongoing monologue. As you push onward, the dunes stretch like a living ocean. Your shadow elongates a distorted twin at your side. You think of those who came before merchants from Han, China, Persian traders, Armenian craftsmen, each leaving footprints now buried under layers of sand. One mainstream historical fact: by the 8th century CE, camel caravans routinely traversed these stretches, forming vital links between distant empires. Still, there's a quirky detail. If you heard a jackal's howl at midnight, it signaled an approaching sandstorm. You tilt your head, no howls tonight, thank goodness. But in the back of your mind, every breeze could be the start of something ominous. The dunes ahead look serene, but at any moment, those calm slopes could erupt into a rolling wall of sand. Historians still argue whether caravan songs were actual navigational tools or just romantic melodies to ease the trek. In this moment under the full moon, you taste both awe and caution. The desert demands respect and rewards patience. Your senses work overtime, the cool pinch of air, the grainy texture beneath your boots, the silent dance of shadows. Your heart pulses with the rhythm of endless dunes. The night stretches out like a promise, and as you steady yourself, you realize that tonight's crossing under this moonlight is just the first chapter of a grand desert saga. You press onward, each step sinking into the dampening sand as the moonlight mimics a pale spotlight on an empty stage. The dunes around you, once silent and stable, begin muttering underfoot, a low rumble that grows with every shifting grain. Historians still argue whether traders actually felt the first hints of a sandstorm through palpable vibrations, or relied on subtle changes in wind patterns. Either way tonight, you find yourself relying on instincts honed by Mirza's hushed instruction. If the sand begins to whisper, you pay attention. A dry gust skims across the ridge carrying a faint hiss. You taste grit on your tongue as the wind roughens, tearing at your cloak's edges. One moment, you're striding through calm silver hills. The next, the world is about to transform into a whirling nightmare. Most traders prefer daylight travel to avoid such ambushes, but the oppressive heat made nighttime crossings a calculated risk. By the 3rd century, CE Sogdian merchants, notorious for their daring, were already experimenting with nocturnal treks, learning that a cooler ground came at the cost of unpredictability. Your camel at your side shuffles as if sensing the imminent assault. You offer it a soothing pat. Its coarse fur bristles against your hand. A minute ago, the silence was so complete that you could almost hear the stars twinkling. Now, the wind has crept from behind the dunes, gathering strength and swirling sand in miniature vortices at the crest. Each vortex resembles a dancer, performing a frantic tango, twisting through the darkness. You suppress a shiver, even though the air is deceptively cool. It's the anticipation, like standing on the edge of a roller coaster just before the drop. In the distance, Mirza halts the caravan. His silhouette blurs and sharpens as a sudden blast of wind sweeps by. He squints at you, eyes reflecting both caution and that wry humor you've come to expect. "Better hold on," he says, voice barely louder than a hushed chuckle. Right now, any sound feels amplified. The flapping of leather, the creak of camel saddles, the faint scrape of fabric. You tighten your grip on your satchel, imagining the silk and spices within billions of miles of trade routes hinge on these modest parcels. Above the moon remains a reassuring presence, but even it winks in and out behind spiraling sandflakes. One fringe tidbit pops into your mind, a local legend that a sandstorm under a full moon becomes a storm of spirits, a time when jinn break free to dance with unsuspecting humans. You snort, tucking that lore away. You're not superstitious, but when dust blinds you, stories hold a way of creeping into your thoughts like a bad rash. A minute passes, then two. The gusts intensify until the world feels like it's being unmade. You taste copper in the air, feel grit begin to sting your cheeks. Mirza motions and practically the entire caravan collides into a crouch beside a sizable dune crest. You crouch, shimmying down onto one knee, and pray your makeshift shelter holds. A few camels bellow whirringly, their humps bobbing like angry islands in a sea of sand. You whisper reassurances, but you know they're meant more for yourself than for the beasts. Within seconds, a deafening roar sweeps across the horizon. Without warning, the sky becomes a wall of swirling gold and ochre. Sand spears strike like hail, each feeling like a tiny sand rifle discharged at your face. You shrink your posture, hunching and turning away from the glare. Your scarf, once neatly wrapped, morphs into a twitching flag as the wind flails it around. You grasp it at your throat, molding it into a primitive mask that stings every breath with its coarse texture. Your shouted words are lost in the maelstrom. Mirza is at your shoulder, barking instructions through the gale. Cover your mouth. Keep your eyes squinted. You compress your eyelids until you can barely blink, peeking through narrow slits. The rest of your field of vision is a dancing nightmare of golden flickers. Even so, you catch sight of glowing embers of moonlight, tiny breaks where the wind hasn't fully claimed the sky. It feels as if the heavens themselves are waging war on the earth. Underfoot, the dunes shift violently. Your boot soles slip, threatening to send you tumbling down the sloped side of this ridge. You wedge one foot into the grainy troughs, relying on muscle memory to resist being swept aside. Sand slides cascade in silent avalanches. They engulf your ankles before you yank them free, fighting the urge to simply lie down and be buried. Comforting as that sounds, you'd rather not star in a human sand sculpture. In this chaos, ancient training kicks in. Centuries ago, Traders discovered that by forming small groups of 2 or 3 and connecting arms at the elbow, they could brace one another against the worst gusts. Mirza loops his arm through yours. You grab a fellow trader's elbow. Soon your little chain of resistance becomes a miniature fortress. Together, you pivot against the wind's fury, each body serving as a shield for the next. Other caravan members follow suit, creating a living barrier that whispers solidarity through trembling limbs. The temperature plummets in Arctic shock compared to the late evening warmth only moments before. Your nostrils burn as wind-driven sand grates against the lining of your nose. You swallow a gulp of chill air, realizing that your gulp of water from moments ago feels luxurious by comparison. Sand flakes penetrate every exposed inch of skin. Even through layers of cloth grains, find a way to breach your fortress of garments. As you hunker, another peculiar thought surfaces. Desert traders sometimes left small hand-carved stone icons dangling from their saddles, believing that they absorbed negative energies of the storm, sort of an ancient detox method. That's a new one. You muse picturing a T-shaped talisman clinking against camel reins. If your stone talisman ever decided to betray you, you'd know the storm was truly deadly. But for now, Mirza's calm demeanor and that faint chuckle are more reassuring than any superstition. Gradually, you notice a change. The storm's roar, while still ferocious, is shifting in tone. Beneath the crashing gusts, you hear the muted howl of a jackal, an old omen of approaching change. You glance past Mirza's shoulder and see a faint silhouette of another trader, ducking down, eyes wide, lips moving in silent prayer. It's hard to tell who's whispering to the sand spirits and who's just reminding themselves to exhale without inhaling grit. You think of Ptolemaic astronomical works carried westward along the Silk Road. Those star charts introduced in the 1st century CE provided early navigators the ability to predict weather to some extent, even though predicting sandstorms was like predicting a tantrum-prone toddler. Still, you feel a small surge of confidence knowing that people for centuries have confronted exactly this chaos. Perseverance, after all, is a trait not limited to camels and maps. It's embedded in every sweat-laced whisper of history. Mirza's voice, though muffled by cloth cuts through your swirling thoughts, focus on your breathing, slow, steady. One puff in, one puff out. Don't wiggle unless you want to swallow a dune. You obey your breaths, coming in staccato puffs that feel both labored and vital. In this moment, survival is measured in controlled exhales and tight grips. You're a living, breathing testament to ancient wisdom. A sudden lull in intensity causes you to tense. Sandstorms rarely relent without warning, but the breeze slips tentatively between frequencies like an orchestra tuning down after a crescendo. You slink lower, sensing that the storm is losing momentum. A joyous thought flares: you might actually survive this unwelcome dust bath. Still, you remain vigilant. In the desert, false calm is as dangerous as a full-blown tempest. Behind you, the camel rumbles a low moan, a guttural sound that suggests it's unimpressed by nature's tantrums. It shifts its weight and blows out a gust of hot breath that feels like a microvolcano of warm relief. You lean into its side to steady yourself, letting the animal's sturdy mass takes some of the wind's force. A laugh bubbles up, part relief, part exasperation, because who else but a second-century trader would be hugging a camel during a sandstorm? You're certain that if someone snapped a candid drawing of this, it would make a great campfire tale. Mirza's chuckle echoes as he watches you. Then he adds, I've seen storms leave men crying over spilled tea. Trust me, a camel's clasp beats a teacup any day. You grin, tilting your head to look at him through crusted lashes. Wherever the storm ends, you're certain those Persian merchants will pay a handsome price for their next batch of green tea, providing it arrives intact. Gradually, the sky's roaring tempo softens to a muted hiss. Suddenly, the swirling wall of sand collapses like a wave breaking on a shore, leaving behind only a low drumming as residual gusts rub against dunes. Your ears ringing slightly latch onto a new sound, the hushed sigh of the wind no longer bent on demolition. That's your cue to move. You unhook from your chain, rising carefully, feeling the empty looseness in your joints. The world still vibrates underfoot, but the golden haze has lifted enough to reveal glimpses of the moon's soft glow again. Sand settles on your shoulders and in your hair. When did that happen? You brush it off absently and squint into the distance. The dunes look different now. Edges, softened ripples, etched more starkly by the wind sculpting. You spot where the caravan's path once cut a neat line, now erased like a pencil sketch smudged by an impatient child. No one shouts or panics. Instead, each trader exchanges a look, a wordless question. Are you okay? Mirza, as if answering all doubts, raises his lantern, which has miraculously survived the onslaught. Its faint glow makes the settling sand sparkle like frost under moonlight. You resume walking, using your foot to confirm the direction, trusting that the moon hasn't lied. Between each careful step, you taste cool relief. This storm was merely a test of will and preparedness. A mainstream historical fact by the 10th century CE chroniclers across Central Asia documented these sandstorms meticulously, noting how caravans would sometimes lose whole packs of camels to the storm's fury. But tonight, you're lucky not a single hoof is lost. You exhale a shaky laugh, wiping grit from your brow. One quirky detail drifts in. Some traders believed that if you collected a handful of wind-borne sand after the storm, you could sprinkle it around your tent to ward off future tempests, like setting up nature's tiny tripwires. You consider scooping a handful, but decide you're better off just moving. With the wind subsided, you notice distant howls, likely jackals celebrating the storm's passing. Or maybe they're just hungry. You'll never know. Mirza signals to gather the caravans. The camels rise, shaking their humps like wet dogs to flake off loose sand. You stretch your aching legs, already anticipating the day ahead when you'll spin this into a viral story. How I survived a camel hug during a sandstorm. The irreverent thought makes you grin. Still, you remain aware that this victory over the storm is temporary. The desert yields and retracts like a living being, capable of both tranquility and wrath in a single breath. Historians still argue whether caravans preferred to avoid familiar routes after a storm or embrace them, knowing the dunes had been flattened. You, however, just want to find a safe ridge and see if you can fix that leaky flask before the next gust arrives. Between the hush of settling sand and the moon's gentle glow, an unexpected serenity washes over you. The world is stripped bare, no distractions, no bustle, just you, the camel, and a sky clutching a waning moon. You rise from the dune's crest, brushing a cascade of sand from your cloak as your fingertips sting with residual grit. A muted hush has reclaimed the desert, broken only by the soft clop of hooves as camels shuffle forward. Mirza, still hunched slightly, stands with a folded parchment in hand, his makeshift map yellowed with age and sprinkled with burn marks from last night's storm. Time to orient ourselves. He murmurs, his voice low like he's trying not to wake the sand dunes themselves. You trudge beside him, recalling how the storm almost turned you into a human snack. At least the camel hug story will get a lot of likes on social media, if the internet existed back then. Between the dunes, you spot a simple tool propped against a camel saddle, an astrolabe, its brass surface gleaming faintly in the moonlight. It looks like a medieval iPhone, but instead of apps, it has pointers and plates etched with star charts. Historians still argue whether the astrolabe's design originated in Hellenistic Greece or was perfected by early Islamic scholars in Baghdad. Either way, it became a go-to device for desert navigation. This little gadget is basically your GPS, except instead of Siri telling you to turn right in 300 meters, it requires a steady hand, a keen eye, and at least a basic understanding of the night sky. Grab the astrolabe, Mirza instructs, nodding towards the tool. You squint through the engraved slits lining up Polaris, or what you think is Polaris, since the desert's lack of light pollution makes the stars seem unnervingly close. One mainstream historical fact: by the 9th century, CE Persian astronomers had refined the astrolabe to calculate latitude within mere miles, an accuracy that stymies many modern skeptics. You whisper a sarcastic thanks to those ancient geniuses, wishing the device came with a how-to manual printed in English. You adjust the rotating disc, aligning its alidade to a bright star just above the horizon. Instantly, the engraved scale tells you that you're roughly 30 degrees north, remarkably close to the famed, fabled city of Samarkand. A thrill surges through you, but you squelch it, showing excitement. Here is like blinking in a game of camouflage. The desert sees everything. Mirza gives a subtle nod. We're on track. You can almost hear the astrolabe exclaiming, correct route if it had a voice, but instead it's silent, dignified in its brass glory. Nearby, a second trader wields a primitive compass, a magnetic lodestone hung from a bit of thread. It quivers like a knot of nerves, but points steadily northward. Modern travelers might call it low-tech, but here it's gold. A fringe tidbit floats to mind. Some caravans believed that adding a drop of camel's saliva to the lodestone improved its accuracy because nothing says professional navigation like camel spit. You stifle a laugh, imagining a mad scientist mixing camel drool with magnetic rocks in a dusty tent. Don't trust it completely, Mirza warns, gesturing to the compass. Iron from hidden rocks can mislead you into a sand pit. Historians still argue whether early compasses were reliable in desert conditions or often led lost traders into mirages. You squint at the lodestone thinking about how it might be picking up stray iron from your belt buckle. Better hope your belt isn't made of ancient meteorite. Still, the sight of the needle quivering under starry skies feels reassuring. It's like having a buddy who whispers, "Yo, you're not walking in circles, probably." To the untrained eye, these devices might seem like random baubles tossed into a camel's pannier for decorative flair. In reality, they are lifelines. The astrolabe's precision and the compass's magnetic guidance combine to keep you from wandering into dangerous dunes where vultures circle and no oasis exists. Yet even the best tools can't account for every variable. Moonlight, for instance, can reflect off sand and create phantom dunes that fool the eye like a mirage's mischievous twin. You remember that mirage from last night when you thought you saw an aquifer, but ended up staring at a shimmering mirage that vanished if you blinked. Turns out, your water supply is deeper than that illusion. Mirza's next move involves a simple wooden cross staff, an ancient forerunner of the sextant. You grab it resting one end on your shoulder and sighting down the pointer at the moon's edge. By marking the angle between the horizon and the lunar limb, you calculate your latitude with enough precision to find the next known watering hole. Incredibly, even in 1,000 words or fewer, that process seems almost magical, like measuring a celestial dance with a stick and some math. It's funnier than counting sheep to fall asleep. But here, this is how you stay alive. A breeze stirs the sand around your feet, and you feel the cool prickle of anticipation. The cross staff confirms you've lost a mere half-degree since the last measurement, a tolerable margin for error, so you press onward. One quirky detail worth mentioning: some traders would personalize their cross staffs with carved symbols of protection, a tiny horse's head, here a sunburst, there, believing these talismans would guide their eyes more accurately than raw wood. You trace a carved chessboard pattern on your cross staff, wondering if it's supposed to make your measurements more legitimate, or simply ward off nightmares of skeletal sand spirits. The spontaneous approach to these tools shows how adaptable these traders were. Your footsteps kick up whispering puffs of sand that crawl across the ground. You recall a scholarly debate phrase. Historians still argue whether caravans relied more on these handheld instruments or on memorized star charts taught through generations. Regardless, tonight in your gloved hand, the cross staff feels no different than a high-tech smartphone equipped with pixel-free precision, but requiring far less charging. Nearby, a hush has fallen as other traders observe your techniques. The camels seem to understand they're part of something grand, a cosmic ballet of wind, sand, and starlight. One camel shifts, knocking its elbow against a water flask. You move to catch it, avoiding a potential catastrophe, a shattered flask, and a thirsty night. Mirza smirks and mutters, "If you drop that, I'll personally sell you to the lizards." Your sarcastic brain retorts, "At least lizards don't make demanding customers." As you finagle the astrolabes plates, the memory of last night's sandstorm flickers in your mind, the deafening roar, the sting of sand against skin, the comradeship as you linked arms with traders. That shared ordeal forges a bond stronger than leather reins. Each of you tucks your navigational tools into a small pouch, ready to use them quickly, because in these dunes, hesitation can mean walking off a cliff of sand. You've learned that the easiest way to get lost isn't a wrong direction. It's a delayed reaction. Your eyes, tired but testy, adjust to the new plan. You'll traverse a long, level stretch dubbed the Silken Steppe by your caravan leader. It's a deceptive name. Few silks adorn this barren land, and the steppe feels anything but welcoming. To the east, distant dune silhouettes waver like ghosts. By sticking to a precise heading, you aim to bypass them entirely, saving hours that would otherwise be spent reorienting after each climb. One mainstream historical fact: by the 11th century CE, merchants had established weighted ropes along known routes to mark safe passages. Oftentimes they braided desert grass into these ropes, leaving them partially buried. If only you had one, finding hidden ropes with a metal pole might make a decent modern metal detecting hobby. Light flickers on the horizon. Dawn isn't due for hours yet, but the edges of night already blush faintly with purples and blues. You measure the last touches on the astrolabe and tuck it away, leaning on your compass instead. When your compass wheel clicks softly, it's a reassurance akin to hearing your coffee machine at home breathe into life in the early morning. Only here your coffee's replaced by camel milk, warm, sour, and slightly gritty, but still better than no coffee at all. You sip cautiously, mindful that too much camel milk in the dark can cause a, let's call it, gastric rebellion. Definitely not a vibe you want in the middle of a desert at dawn. You step off the ridge guided by the compass and lead the small column of traders across the flat expanse. Each footfall is deliberate, tuned to the compass's constant hum. A hush, no more sand cyclones nipping at your boots, only the soft whisper of wind teasing the dunes. Underfoot, the ground resists, like walking on thick oatmeal rather than a sea of fine granules. But if you trust these ancient tools and Mirza's steady hand, you'll reach the next waypoint by midday. After all, caravans once covered 100 miles in 3 days when the sky was clear and their tools trusted. You glance back at the dune where last night's storm raged. Its silhouette seems peaceful now, as if apologizing for its earlier tantrum. Your compass needle quivers as if it's sighing relief. The astrolabe and cross staff tucked beneath cloth feel heavy with history. You think of the caravans that followed these trails for centuries. Uyghur, Parthian, even West African traders who brought gold dust in tiny leather pouches. One fringe tidbit hums in your mind. There are tales of traders leaving small clay headers filled with sand, where an oasis would be figuring that if future caravans found them, they'd know a real water source was near. Of course, those markers often got buried or kicked aside, leaving travelers scratching their heads, or worse, dehydrated. Thankfully, you have your tools to guide you, not just vague clay clues. Your boots scrape against packed sand, while the compass needle quivers north-northwest, exactly where you intend. Still, you remain vigilant. Historians still argue whether reading instruments in the dark could lead to miscalculations, or if memorized star chants were actually more reliable. In your experience, having both instrument and chant feels like wearing 2 layers of sunscreen, more protection, less chance of burning. With each measured pace, the dunes recede, replaced by a subtle swell where an ancient caravan trail once lay. It's almost imperceptible, a shallow trench that feels like a whisper beneath your boots. A silent testimony to traders who crossed this land centuries before you, guided by tools remarkably similar to your own. A low chuckle escapes you as you imagine explaining GPS to them. You carry a flat screen that tells you where to go instantly. No forcing your camel to spit into a lodestone. They'd probably call you mad or a wizard. Either works. Through the shifting whisper of sand and faint promise of sunrise, you hold the compass in one hand and your camel's lead rope in the other. The tools you carry are more than mere instruments. They're a lifeline woven from generations of trial, error, and stubborn human curiosity. And as the first hints of dawn tint the horizon a pale pink, you realize that tonight's navigation will become tomorrow's legend, proof that in the vastness of desert brass and blood lodestone and laughter guide you onward. You move with the sunrise off to your back, the sky shifting from pale pink to harsh blue as the day burns away last night's cool hush. After the Sandstorms finale and your compass-guided trek across the silken steppe, you find a shallow depression to rest in. The camels graze on what little tussocks of scrubby grass they can find, and you prop your dusty back against a warm rock, chugging camel milk, like it's artisanal coffee, only dirtier. This daylight pause isn't just for catching your breath. It's a calculated intermission. You know that once the sun dips below the horizon, you'll return to star-studded darkness, where celestial cues become your most trusted guides. By mid-afternoon, your eyelids droop, lulled by the heat and the steady drone of desert cicadas. You remind yourself not to sleep too long. Nothing ruins a caravan faster than oversleeping past the danger zone. Though you'd argue oversleeping is better than wandering into a mirage battalion. Historians still argue whether caravans used midday siestas primarily to avoid heat exhaustion, or simply because tea tastes better after a nap. Your theory? It's a bit of both. Plus, it gives the camels a chance to flex their humps. As the sun slides slowly toward its zenith, you and Mirza perform a simple ritual, polishing your astrolabes brass plates and checking your cross-staff's notches. You run your fingers over that chessboard pattern, recalling how it sometimes resembles a secret code, though spoiler alert, it's not actually encoded. A fringe tidbit floats to mind. Some desert guides swapped insults instead of provisions when they clashed at oases, believing that harsh words warded off jealous spirits. If that's true, you might need to start calling Mirza Sand Scoundrel just to keep him in line. Late afternoon bleeds into evening as the heat finally relents. You stow your daytime gear and repack water skins, 6 sips per hour, Mirza's golden rule. You take a final glance at the sky, watching as the first speck of darkness edges in. The moon, now just a slim crescent, hangs low in the west. Its pale curve serves as your preview. Tonight's celestial navigation will hinge on lunar positioning far more than last night's full moon splendor. You squint at that silver sliver, remembering how last night's moonlit dunes betrayed you with phantom ridges. Thankfully tonight, you'll have help from ancient star lore and a little bit more caution. Dusk deepens to twilight, and the stars begin to wink one by one. You pop your astrolabe's lid and sweep it across the heavens, searching for recognizable constellations. Orion's belt emerges first, 3 sentinel stars aligned like divine eyes watching over the desert. You breathily remind yourself Orion, or the hunter, is a reliable marker for grazing the horizon line when the desert's topography lies flat and featureless. One mainstream historical fact: by the 10th century CE, medieval Islamic astronomers had cataloged more than 1,000 stars and assigned them Arabic names, many of which remain in use today. You mumble a sarcastic, "Thanks, Ibn Sina," though perhaps Avicenna didn't actually map Orion. Credit goes to the likes of Al-Sufi and Ptolemy. Your hand moves reflexively to your cross staff, though tonight you plan to rely mainly on stellar alignments. Mirza summons the caravan with a curt whistle. Camels plod to attention like they've been at this drill 1,000 times, which, in effect, they have. Collectively, you step off under a fading glow, and within minutes, the constellation Cassiopeia emerges overhead, its signature W marking the northern sky. You recall that Cassiopeia lies opposite Polaris, the North Star, across the celestial pole, an arrangement that cartographers of old used as a natural north-south axis. Historians still argue whether caravans angled their routes by Cassiopeia's W shape, or if they simply held out for Polaris, but either way, that pattern keeps you oriented when dunes duplicate themselves like a hall of mirrors. You tighten your scarf to block out lingering sand particles, no point letting them distract you when even a sneeze could make you veer off course. Your eyes fix on Polaris, that lone sentinel, twinkling with steely resolve. It's the same star those ancient Phoenician sailors used to traverse oceans, so trekking desert sands should be a breeze in comparison, minus the whole dying of thirst subplot. The magnetic compass offers a second confirmation. Its lodestone needle quivers until it settles pointed at magnetic north, giving you a reassuring double tap on direction. You swivel to match Polaris's bearing with the compass's arrow and the astrolabes' midnight chart, effectively cross-referencing 3 celestial check-ins. It feels like aligning 3 bad GPS signals in a very analog way. The nighttime air carries the scent of musk along with the trace aroma of wild thyme. You inhale deeply, noting how the breeze seems to whisper directions north-northwest, north-northwest. It's not poetic, it's survival. You steady yourself thinking of how many traders before you navigated these same tricks without Google Maps, without LTE, and definitely without a Starbucks to hide inside. In the dim glow, a stray beam of moonlight briefly kisses the horizon, giving you a silhouette of a distant dune. You commit its shape to memory. It might serve as an additional visual checkpoint once the moon dips further. As the caravan stretches into a line of shadowed forms, each trader becomes a moving star chart. You hear the soft thump of camel hooves, a metronome guiding your gait. Even the simplest sound seems magnified at night, accentuating how still and vast the desert is. Beneath your palm, the cross staff presses lightly against your shoulder, almost craving a chance to measure again. But you resist. Tonight's navigation relies on the grand spinning dome overhead. After all, the cross staff won't help you differentiate between a real dune and its lunar echo. Mirza drifts to your side, his voice barely more than a conscious breath. Keep your eyes on Polaris until you see the Pleiades rise. You squint toward the northeast and spot that tiny cluster of stars, 7 sisters, shimmering like diamonds, delicately placed onto black velvet. The Pleiades, known to Arabic astronomers as al-Thuraya, often heralded the approach of cold winds or spring growth, depending on the season. Here, in the desert spotting, Pleiades signals you're on the correct latitude line for the next stop, that promised oasis you've fantasized about for hours. A fringed tidbit surfaces. A Persian trader once told you that if you could count 6 stars in the Pleiades before dawn, you'd have good fortune. If only 4 misfortune awaited. You nudge Mirza and joke, if I see fewer, am I doomed or just short-sighted? He cocks an eyebrow, offering no reply, but you sense he's privately amused. He's likely more concerned with preventing the caravan from walking into quicksand or stumbling over snake pits. Speaking of snakes, you recall a goofy superstition some traders carried dried snake skins, believing they could ward off poisonous spirits that emerged after midnight. You pat your satchel, but realize you left your snakeskin at camp, an oversight that in your mind doubles as an invitation for night snakes to play hide and seek in your boots. With Polaris and the Pleiades aligned, you nudge your camel forward. Its padded feet make surprisingly little noise, a blessing when silence can be the difference between seeing a faint dune shore and accidentally plowing into a steep drop-off. As you press on, the stars to the south begin their slow arc across the sky. You identify Sagittarius looking like a cosmic teapot pouring starlight. Ancient astrologers believed Sagittarius marked the direction of the Silk Road's southwestern branch, another cue that the path ahead was correct. Historians still argue whether leaders actively used the zodiac for navigation or simply memorized star formations like ancient Pac-Man ghosts. They followed the shapes, not necessarily the lore. Your lips curl into a sleepy grin. Navigating by stories of gods and heroes comes down to identifying a few random star clusters and imprinting them on your mind. A more humorous thought: imagine trying to explain this to someone from modern times. Yes, I'm walking 200 miles across the desert using a pointy brass disc and a bunch of starlight mythology. They'd probably offer you a ride in a Tesla, but you wouldn't swap places, not tonight. There's something hypnotic about this ancient ritual, stepping in the shadow of stars, trusting that those pinpricks of light know more about your path than you do. As the caravan moves through a gently undulating stretch known as the Veiled Sands, you chart a mental picture left to Polaris. You see Auriga's brightest star, Capella, twinkling with a lemony glow. Follow Capella until it dips behind the horizon. You murmur half to yourself. The others pick up the cue, murmuring acknowledgments before their voices dissolve into the night. Behind you, the silvery shimmer of the Milky Way reveals a hazy river of stars. Ancient travelers wrote songs about it, calling it the Path of Souls. Here, you think of those metaphors, but stay focused. That river serves as a lateral marker, ensuring you're not drifting too far south. Your camel snorts, reminding you you're still in the physical world. You affectionately pat its neck, half convinced it's snoozing on its feet. In a hushed tone, you ask it, "You see that bright one by Auriga, right?" It chews once, then eyes you, as if to say, "Bro, I'm a camel. I don't care about Capella." You laugh, which sounds absurdly loud, and the animals glance at each other. Camel judgment is real, you're now certain. Night deepens, and dew settles, barely detectable, but enough to make each breath feel slightly cooler. You notice that familiar chill on your fingertips, an indicator that sand's heat has finally drained away. You wonder if your ancestors counted on that temperature drop to signal they should break for a quick snack dates, unripened figs, maybe a handful of salted nuts. You reach into your satchel for a compressed cake of barley, which tastes like something between cardboard and glory. Mirza offers you a piece of hard cheese, cave-aged and crumbly, and you tuck it into your mouth, savoring the salt that seems almost sinful in such a dry place. You swallow and squint at Orion's belt once more. Tonight, the belt tilts at an angle indicating you're veering slightly off course, no more than 2 degrees, but enough that over 50 miles it would drop you smack into a shifting dune sea. You tap Mirza's elbow, and he acknowledges with a slight nod. Adjusting your heading, you angle more northeast, keeping Polaris in view until it's almost lost in the glow of moonset. The window between moonset and sunrise is short, perhaps 2 hours, so every second counts. One quirky tidbit Bedouin guides once claimed that if you saw a shooting star while navigating, it was either a blessing or a warning, no in between. You cross your fingers when you see a streak of light, hoping it means you'll reach the oasis without running out of camel feed. A second streak zips across. You exhale a dramatic sigh, as if the cosmos just told you to chill. Your foot finds a shallow depression, a landmark you noted when crossing by daylight once again, proving that faint, unreliable markers sometimes hold more truth than shifting dunes. You whisper a triumphant, got it, imagining future conversations where you brag, I navigated by shooting stars and kept my camels from performing an impromptu sand dance. As the horizon flushes a faint lavender in preparation for dawn, you glance around. Polaris dims, the Pleiades settle lower, and Jupiter's bright pinprick winks before sinking behind a distant ridge. It's a cosmic relay, one celestial baton passed to another. You steady yourself, marveling at how these cosmic cycles repeat across generations, late antiquity, the early Middle Ages, and now your tired legs trudging toward a promise of water. You could wax poetic about how the stars gave direction when dunes are identical, how merchants credited celestial patrons for safe passage. One mainstream historical fact, by the 14th century, CE Chinese navigators on the Silk Road were recording star elevations to model maps that included both longitude and latitude, remarkably accurate for their time. But right now, you just feel grateful that the same sky lighting up a Ming-era star chart guides you through the silent night. You tip your head back, letting the faint scratch of sand on skin lull you. For a moment, you think the stars are whispering secrets, little cosmic nudges saying, keep moving, friend. Then, with practiced calm, you direct the caravan onward, heart-steady senses sharpened, knowing the stars overhead are doing more than glitter. They're your compass, your confidants, and your nightly lullaby. You lead the caravan under a sky that's now carpeted with stars, their soft light blending with the far flicker of embers from distant fires. As the coolness of night settles in the dunes, transform into a shifting sea of shadow and silver. Your camel Banu lifts her head and releases a soft grunt as if reminding you of the task at hand. Before setting out, traders developed a precise routine, almost like a choreographed dance, to ensure that each camel, each trader, and each precious bolt of silk remained accounted for. These nightly rituals are the heartbeat of your journey, keeping everyone in sync when the desert seems determined to swallow you whole. First, there's the ritual of range setting. You move to the front of the line where Mirza squats, pressing a wooden stake into the sand. This stake, nothing more than a sharpened stick carved with notches, marks the lead position. About 1 camel length behind you, place a second stake to indicate the following position, ensuring that each camel's handler knows exactly where to fall in. Historians still argue whether stakes were originally carved from olive wood or from tamarisk branches, but either way, they became symbols of direction in an otherwise featureless expanse. The ritual might seem trivial, but stakes prevent loose camels from wandering off and keep the caravan's width uniform, reducing vulnerability to crosswinds. With stakes set, you whistle a soft 2-note call, an understated signal that reverberates in the quiet night air. The handlers respond with a brief horned wood clack, the sound echoing like distant hoofbeats. It's a silent conversation, whistle clack, whistle clack. No words are necessary. Each recall sequence confirms that a camel is present, alert, and oriented. You watch the camels nudge their handlers, adjusting their load slightly, and the handlers reply with a gentle pat on their humps. This prompt tends to be enough. It's a ballet performed in near silence so as not to disturb any nearby bandits or spooky desert spirits rumored to lurk in the darkness. As the camels settle, you and Mirza perform a detailed gear check. You lift each leather strap, examining buckles for tension and checking that no sand has wedged itself into tiny hinges, which could cause disastrous breaks later. You remember that one of your fellow traders once lost half his provisions when a buckle snapped, sending silk bales tumbling down a dune and scattering into the night. It's a cautionary tale that keeps you meticulous. One mainstream historical fact: by the 12th century CE, caravan leaders carried specialized toolkits, small hammers, needles, extra rivets to handle emergency repairs in the field. Tonight, your toolkit resides in a clay jar wrapped in oilskin to keep it dry ready, in case you need to mend a torn sack or retether a camel's bridle. Next comes the provisioning of water. Each handler whips out a calibrated container, a goatskin water bag marked with measured lines. You and Mirza check the graduations under a flickering lantern, ensuring each camel gets precisely half a liter for the night. Too little water and a camel might bolt toward the nearest dune in desperation. Too much, and it risks bloat. You tuck a quirkily shaped desert gourd filled with extra drinking water under your arm. Some traders believed that filling gourds at a certain blessed prayer time kept the water from going stale. No hard data supports this idea, but it's strangely comforting. You run your fingers along the gourd's curving surface, thinking about how something as simple as the right time to fill a container became an age-old debate among desert folk. Once hydration is set, you distribute provisions, dried dates, salted fish, and simple flatbread to each handler. You and Mirza divide them evenly, patting each bag to confirm the correct weight. One quirky tidbit floats to mind: Sogdian traders sometimes hid small pouches of saffron within date stacks, believing that its intense aroma would keep scorpions at bay. You laugh quietly, imagining a caravan perfumed faintly with saffron under the starlit sky. The handlers cast approving nods. You're the kind of leader who keeps their camels safe from scorpion ambushes, or at least that's the aim. With basic gear accounted for, you move into silent signaling. You raise a flat palm to your lips, the universal sign for quiet. The entire caravan hushes instantly as if the desert itself has pressed pause. Even the camels stop their low murmurs, sensing the shift in tension. Under normal circumstances, you'd trade stories or chant simple rhymes to sustain morale, but tonight, the priority is stealth. Rumor has it that Bedouin raiders once intercepted caravans by listening for laughter carried on the wind. Historians still argue whether caravans really stayed silent to avoid bandits, or if these tales emerged later to justify tragedies that had other causes. A quick glance toward the horizon confirms no ridgeline betrayal, no silhouette of hostile riders. You breathe out, lowering your hand. The hush dissipates gradually, and the link of handlers and camels resumes. As you move forward, your lanterns are dimmed to a faint glow, casting long, shivering shadows across the dunes. It's a balance between visibility and invisibility. Bright lamps reveal position to predators, but total darkness invites missteps. You remember caravans that once used polished copper mirrors to reflect moonlight, instead of lamps reducing the risk of visible flames. You decide to use both, but sparingly. The routine shifts to periodic scouting. Several traders, including Mirza, break from the line, moving to elevated mini-ridges ahead. You watch them press their earthen sandals into Duke Sand's fine powder, waiting until each scout's outline blurs into the darkness. Their job is to survey for dunes that sit lower than expected, hidden depressions called guels that can trap a loaded camel like a bear trap. You recall a fringe tidbit local Bedouins made clay whistles that mimicked a dying bird's call to lure predators away from those same guels. You tucked that odd fact into your memory, smirking at the ingenuity. After 15 minutes, the scouts returned, fading into the caravan line as if they'd never left. You exchange a silent nod with Mirza, no gales ahead, no immediate hazards. Your heart whumps twice as hard when you witness them rejoin without a hitch. Each scout's successful return is a silent affirmation that the caravan can continue without fear of a camel bite through its leg. Now comes the ritual of camel alignment. You and Mirza walk the line, adjusting each camel's harness so its saddlebag hangs evenly. This ensures a camel's center of gravity stays balanced, reducing the risk of a topple in the dark. One quirky detail in some desert communities, handlers tied small bells to the front of each camel's bridle, believing that the ringing sound would confuse malevolent wind jinn. You make a mental note to attach your collection of tiny bells at dawn, hoping the jingles won't spark bandit suspicion. For now, the jingle of a few rings in the night is enough to remind each handler of their duties. As your camel's harnesses align, you take inventory of silent signals. You hold up one finger to your lips, meaning stop for repairs. You hold up 2 fingers, resume walking. 3 fingers mean circle around the lead. Each handler practices these discreet gestures until they're second nature. No words are needed, and your gestures are brief. To avoid giving away your presence, one mainstream historical fact: By the 13th century CE, whispered chants, barely audible rhymes indicating a sudden hazard, became commonplace among desert caravan groups. Tonight, you use them judiciously, foregoing chants in favor of hand signals, since the rarest sound in a sandstorm is a cheerful chant. Finally, you enact the nightly pacing ritual. You use a fixed walking rhythm, 2 steps, pause, matching the camel's natural gait. This way, any sudden change in pace is immediately noticeable. If a camel stumbles or slows unexpectedly, the handler quickly checks for signs of injury or loose gear. You slide your hand to your belt, where a small leather strap holds 3 smooth river stones, your makeshift counter for pacing. Each time step completes a cycle. You drop a stone into a pouch marking progress. One fringe tidbit: some traders jokingly referred to these stones as desert beads and claimed that if you spilled one during the night, it was a sign you'd lose profit on your next trade. You tuck that superstition away and double knot the pouch. As the lead camel makes 2 cycles, the caravan advances steadily across an open plain called the Whispering Sands, where a faint breeze carries subtle echoes off distant dunes. You maintain a watchful gaze on each handler, silent gestures guiding them, the glint of their dim lamps like fireflies in formation. This shared rhythm, camels, stones, and star-coded instructions, keeps the caravan cohesive. Each member is linked in a chain of trust. A single mistake could send everyone reeling into disarray. Tonight, you reflect on how everything hinges on routine. The simple repeated tasks, staking, whistling, water distributions, silent signals, gear checks, become more than chores. They are lifelines. You think about traders from centuries past waking in similar pre-dawn hues to perform nearly identical rituals. By the 14th century, CE caravan routines were so standardized that entire treatises detailed the exact number of paces between camels, the ideal water-to-camel ratio, and the type of reed to use for signal whistles. You imagine those treatise authors, scholars, hunched over parchment as they codified rhythms under flickering candlelight. Suddenly, a faint rustle catches your ear, a lone hoot from an owl perched on a distant acacia stump. Some consider that an ill omen, others treat it as nothing more than desert wildlife. You raise a hand in the pause gesture, and almost instantly, your entire caravan comes to a silent halt. The scuttling hoot fades, and no other sound intrudes. After a breath, you signal resume walking, and the caravan flows forward again as if you've given a sigh of relief. You glance back at Mirza, whose soft grin you can just sense in the darkness. He offers a gentle thumbs up his way, of acknowledging that the night's routine has held strong so far. The camels shuffle in response, each footfall spaced evenly. You realize that these nightly rituals, perfected over countless journeys, are the invisible threads weaving the caravan's tapestry of survival. Through stakes and whistled calls, measured water distributions, and silent gestures, you guard against the desert's uncertainties. And above it all, the glittering stars watch as you move, guided not only by tools or lore, but by the steadfast rhythm of a well-rehearsed caravan. As you move deeper into the desert night, the caravan's lantern glow softens against the vast darkness. The dunes around you resemble shifting ghosts rising and falling with the wind's breath. You recall the hushed warnings Mercer shared earlier about protective talismans and strange beliefs traders carried to ward off unseen desert demons. It's time to explore those quirky superstitions, because when you're lying awake in a cobalt-black expanse of sand, minding your water rations and mending saddlebags, a little fringe lore can feel like a lifeline. You pat the jingling bells hanging from Banu's bridle, remembering that these weren't just whimsical ornamentation. Handlers often threaded tiny metal charms into camel harnesses, believing their gentle clinks repelled malevolent wind jinn who thrived in sandstorms. The rhythmic jingling is oddly comforting, a lullaby of metal, reminding you that unseen spirits are kept at bay. One fringe tidbit you learned from a nomadic storyteller: if the bells chimed in perfect synchrony, it signified that your path was blessed. If they clanged discordantly, it meant a storm or worse was looming. Tonight, the cadence is uneven, and you suppress a shiver, tucking the thought away like a half-remembered lullaby. Your gaze sweeps upward. Polaris stands high above a constant sentinel. Yet even that steadfast luminary can't banish the desert's mischievous whispers. A skeptical voice in your mind quips, Polaris might guide you north, but it can't navigate you around a sneaky sandpit if you're not paying attention. Historians still argue whether traders truly relied on talismans for protection, or if these beliefs were simply comforting stories passed down to bribe sleep when the night got too quiet. With this in mind, you scan the caravan for other signs of superstition. You notice one handler wearing a necklace made of small carved teeth, likely from a desert fox. He whispers that these teeth absorb negative energies, leaving the caravan free from the influence of ill-fated travelers. You can't help but smirk. If fox teeth could absorb wind-borne sand, you wouldn't need a compass. Still, you nod appreciatively. Sometimes, believing a little nonsense can sharpen one's wits rather than dull them. After all, if you hear a jackal's howl at midnight, old trading lore says it's a harbinger of sandstorms. You can't remember hearing a jackal recently, either good news or bad news, depending on which storyteller's version you lean on. A gentle breeze carries the faint scent of wild thyme, mingling with the earthy aroma of animal pelts. Somewhere behind you, laughter erupts, a group of handlers testing a rumor that tossing a handful of dried mustard seeds into the air could drive away vipers prowling near camp. You imagine a comedic scene of startled snakes sneezing and retreating, though in reality, no scientific evidence supports this. Still, the knowledge that these seeds ward off serpents provides comfort for someone too drowsy to inspect under each hoof. Mercer, overhearing, mutters, "If only mustard seeds really worked, we'd never worry about a single rattler." His dry humor settles around you like a protective cloak. You trudge alongside Mirza for a moment, studying his weathered face in the lantern's glow. He chuckles when he sees you eyeing the fox-tooth necklace. "Keeps me dreaming of silver sands instead of scorpions," he says. You half believe him. In these dunes, every odd token, a rusted horseshoe strapped to a saddle, a tiny copper bell, a worn rag painted with mystical symbols, holds a story or a prayer. One mainstream historical fact: by the 13th century CE, medieval Muslim travelers documented a vast array of protective amulets from written Quranic verses sealed in leather to simple stones inscribed with holy names. You debate whether a rusted horseshoe actually wards off sandstorms or is merely an heirloom that's picked up sentimental value over generations. A shift in the wind catches your senses. The dunes waver their ridges, turning lilac in the low starlight. You sense the caravan's rhythm falter. Maybe someone's repeating a protective poem under their breath. You lean down, noticing faint footprints etched in the dust, tiny, indistinct prints you'd normally dismiss. But tonight, they might mean something deeper. A nearby handler, a wiry Sogdian with a crooked grin, squats to inspect them. Footprints of the desert devils, he whispers, eyes gleaming. They follow travelers waiting for souls unprotected by faith. You swallow, thinking that the cold dryness of the moonlit air feels a little more damp now. A tiny candle lantern swings near the handler, making his grin dance like a specter. You clear your throat and offer a dose of skepticism, or maybe just a rogue jackrabbit. He gives you a long look, then nods slowly, as if conceding your version is equally valid in these lands. Historians still argue whether such tales of desert devils were genuinely believed or created by caravan masters to keep handlers close at night. In your experience, the line between belief and indulgence blurs in the stillness of the dunes. You paddle forward, feeling the weight of your satchel shifting with each step. Inside a small pouch contains tiny stone carvings, your own collection of sacred geometry tokens, gifted by a mystic in Samarkand. She claimed that the shapes held the power to align one's soul with the winds, making it easier to endure sandstorms. You've never had reason to test that theory, but the tokens provide a comforting rattle whenever you shift or draw water. Tonight, under the glittering dome above you, those tokens feel as precious as any compass. Suddenly, a faint chant arises from the caravan's heart. It's a rhythmic, lilting recitation in Sogdian dialect, something between prayer and a mnemonic for star patterns. Mirza leans closer and whispers, "They're reciting the stars of Orion chant, supposedly, to keep real or imagined spirits at bay." You recognize a few lines old incantations your grandfather taught you, urging Orion to guide and shelter. You can't tell if the chant helps navigation or simply keeps everyone's spirits focused. One fringe career among desert mystics was teaching such chants. They'd travel with caravans, doubling as stargazers and spiritual guides, though records on their actual efficacy are sketchy at best. The chant reaches a climax as the last line of the Pleiades verse fades into a gentle hum. You feel the cadence reverberate in your chest like footsteps in an empty mosque. The camels seem calmer, their eyes half shut, while the handlers move with measured calm. You can't deny the sense of cohesion that emerges when everyone shares a spiritual exercise, even if you're not convinced it repels demons. A mischievous thought flits through your mind. If enough people chant, maybe the spirits would simply get tired and find a quieter crowd to bother. The chant dissolves into silence, replaced by the whisper of wind. You lean against Banu's broad back, scanning the horizon for any sign of danger. The dunes appear peaceful, but you remember how quickly they can betray you. A shifting ridge can become a trap if you're not vigilant. Mirza shifts beside you, offering a reassuring nod. Although you sometimes tease about his collection of rabbit-foot charms, you know that in the desert, belief sometimes becomes a tool as necessary as a compass. One mainstream historical fact, medieval travelers often recorded their fears of jinn and spirits alongside their route notes, acknowledging that fear shaped routes as much as geography. Tonight, you're grateful for both your compass and those fox teeth. Behind you, the handler with the mustard seeds tips his fingers into the pouch and lets a handful sprinkle across the sand. You watch the tiny yellow seeds sink into the dunes, wondering if they'll actually deter vipers or simply feed a desert rodent's midnight snack. In the dim light, the seeds look like miniature suns scattered across the dark canvas. You give the handler a thumbs up acknowledging his effort, and he grins fiercely like a night jubilee. You feel the warmth of camaraderie surging through the caravan, more potent than any talisman. As you continue, the idea that superstition and practicality can coexist without contradiction settles in your mind. The jingling bells, the fox teeth, the chance they might be fringe, but they also give hands something to do, voices something to focus on when silence would let doubt take root. You think of a yarn you heard in Bukhara, that a trader once survived a 2-day blizzard on a high-altitude Silk Road, passed by cuddling a live black goat purely for its perceived spiritual warmth. The story lacks credibility, but it's a testament to humans turning any odd practice into a beacon of hope. A sudden rustle draws your attention, a lone desert fox, tiptoeing along the ridge, its reflective eyes glowing in the lantern's beam. It pauses, cocking its head, then vanishes into a swirl of sand. In your excellent sarcasm, you imagine that fox is the guardian of those very fox-tooth necklaces, returning to check on its missing appendages. You exhale, realizing that the desert's quirks, both practical and absurd, bind the caravan together. One more fringe tidbit surfaces. If you find a perfectly round stone at the desert's heart, some say it's a wish stone. Drop it in water at dawn, and your deepest desire will come true. You glance around, half hoping a luminous pebble might peek from the scrub. No such luck, just endless grains of sand that refuse to align into perfect orbs. Your camel stomps gently, reminding you that it's time to move. You whistle the caravan forward, settling into your stride. The handlers rustle to life, and the jingling of bells resumes, cadenced by the hush of wind. In the dim glow of lanterns and under a blanket of stars, protective charms and arcane chants feel as essential as water and food. Whether these beliefs truly deflect harm or simply solidify trust among travelers is a question historians still argue whether even needs answering. For now, you embrace the symphony of superstition and science guiding this caravan. Each talisman, each skinny chant, each rattle of bells is a note in an ancient melody, a lullaby of survival that crescendos and fades with every shift of dune and flicker of star. And as the night deepens, you find comfort in knowing that no matter how vast and merciless the desert seems, you and your fellow traders have gathered all the tools, tangible and intangible, to navigate sandstorms by moonlight. You stride forward under a sky where stars still shimmer faintly even as the horizon begins to lighten. In the aftermath of tonight's rituals and superstitions, your mind sharpens on a skill more concrete, reading the shifting sands. You trudge through a shallow depression where the sand beneath your boots shifts like liquid caramel. Your senses flare, the way wind-carved ripples form at right angles to the breeze, the faint ridges along the dune crests that indicate prevailing wind direction. In this vast, featureless world, these subtle patterns are as crucial as any compass or star chart. A trader who cannot interpret these ripples is like a sailor who can't read waves, destined to drift off course. Historians still argue whether famed 10th century caravans employed specialized sand readers to avoid deadly quicksands, or if most traders simply learned to eyeball the dunes through trial and error. Either way, you rely heavily on those centuries-old techniques tonight. You pause and crouch, spreading your fingers palm down across the sand surface. Each trace of granule alignment whispers clues the longest ridges run north-south, suggesting the wind howled from the east until recently. A series of miniature dunes, dome-shaped mounds, only knee-high reveals where the wind has eddied around a rock or shrub, carving a sheltering eddy. You run your fingertips along one such ridge, feeling its fineness. A fringed tidbit you recall some traders believed that if you felt a tiny chill underneath these ridges, it meant moisture lay trapped beneath a buried oasis, maybe. You press more firmly, but feel only arid warmth, so you tuck that hope away and push on. 3 steps later, you notice overlapping dune patterns. A larger dune's leeward side has collapsed onto a smaller dune's crest, almost like layers of chocolate melting into each other. These composite shapes hint at wind shifts over days. If the collapse angle is steep, around 30 degrees, you know the sand has been dry and loose, meaning water sources nearby have been drained by passing caravans. However, if the slope is gentle and the sand slightly compacted, that suggests recent moisture perhaps from a rare desert downpour. You crouch again, peering at the sand grains. Under the waning moonlight, some granules glint with silicate shine, hinting at a past sprinkle of rain. That small detail tells you the next water cache might lie within a day's journey. If you keep to the ridge, a sudden breeze skims your neck. You close your eyes, inhaling the faint scent of iron-rich earth mixed with rose-scented dust that blows in from distant oases. Underfoot, the desert vibrates with a hidden language. You recall that caravan masters once tapped their canes on the sand to detect hollow spots, a way to avoid collapsed ghouls that could tumble a laden camel. You tap lightly now, hearing a dull thud rather than a hollow echo, so you're likely standing on stable ground. One mainstream historical fact: by the 12th century, Persian caravan guides often carried a small wooden probe called a ramsh, in some dialects, to poke ahead and confirm solidity underfoot. You wish you had one, but your fingers work nearly as well, and in the mesmerizing hush of night, you feel connected to those guides long gone. You resume walking, adjusting your boots to leave crisp prints in the sand. Each footprint is a testament I was here. The sands moved, but I stood firm. 10 paces later, you spot a cluster of sand ripples resembling interlaced fish scales, an unmistakable sign of crosswinds. When winds collide, they etch this pattern, indicating that the area ahead is prone to swirling dust devils. If you were careless, you'd wander into a mini whirlwind that could strip cloth from skin. You quicken your pace, heading a few degrees northward to avoid the collision zone. As you move, you note the angle change on your compass, just a gentle shift, but enough to steer clear of a swirling trap. You exhale, tasting the fine grit that has already begun to settle in your throat. It feels like flavored sand, an acquired taste you'd never recommend. Still, you press forward, keen to confirm your adjustment. After a dozen steps, you're standing on the other side of those fish-scale ripples where the sand flows in smooth, diagonal ribbons. That means the wind has been blowing from the southeast, pushing sand away from your path. You can tell the terrain ahead is more stable, at least until the wind changes again. One quirky observation: some traders believed that observing these patterns for exactly 3 nights in a row could reveal a hidden dune ridge, a ghost dune that would guide them directly to an off-map well. You doubt that anyone actually followed a phantom dune, but the idea is comforting in its amusing insanity. You glance at Mirza on your right. He's pausing too, his gaze intent on the ridges. He nods at you, confirming your interpretation. In return, you offer a subtle thumbs up. In these dunes, communication is half gesture, half glance. Words can get lost in drifting sand. You realize the caravan's success hinges less on grand ideas of destiny and more on small tactile readings like this. The wind-carved scutes on the dunes tell a story written in moving type, a story you're only now learning to read fluently. Another breeze swirls and you pivot, spotting a set of footprints, some fresh, some barely distinguishable. You crouch, tracing one distinct print. It's narrower than any camel hoof, probably a desert fox or hare. Their paths are erratic, often circling around potential hazards. You follow the prints for a few steps, but they veer off, suddenly disappearing into a patch of desert grass clumps. The nocturnal wildlife is elusive, but quick paws often avoid hidden traps better than any tool. Historians still argue whether traders intentionally tracked animals to find water or simply viewed animal prints as meaningless. You lean toward the former. When you're desperate, you'd follow the tracks of a lost mongoose into the unknown. Tonight, though, those prints lead nowhere obvious. So you stand and turn back to the caravan, letting animal instincts inform you in a small way. The dunes now transition into a flat salt pan, its surface cracked and shining under starlight. Here, the wind's patterns look entirely different. Shallow, hexagonal plates of crusted salt, each separated by fissures, resemble a mosaic. These patterns tell a tale of ancient ponds, long gone places where water once collected and evaporated, leaving behind salt. You step carefully. A false step could crack the crust and plunge you into crusty mud. You recall that by the 14th century, CE, Chinese pilgrims wrote detailed accounts of these salt pans, warning traders to avoid the brittle surface. You hesitate, then take measured steps, probing the crust with a short stick. Fortunately, it holds firm. One fringe tidbit: Burmese merchants claimed that sipping a pinch of salt from such crust sealed your mouth against thirst for another hour, though you suspect that's just wishful thinking. Beyond the salt pan, you see a chain of low, lumpy dunes called the Sleeping Lions, because they resemble lion bodies at rest. This area is notorious for hiding saddle makers' pitfalls, small traps, where collars of sand fold inwards like a clamshell catching camels unaware. You smile at the poetic nickname Sleeping Lions, as if the dunes themselves guard their secrets. To navigate this stretch, you must approach the slopes at a precise angle, roughly 45 degrees, to minimize the risk of triggering a hidden collapse. You habitually touch the slope with a stick, scanning for loose pockets. In your hand, the stick feels like an extension of your senses, whispering with every prick of the sand. You press further, confirming the slope is stable enough to climb. One mainstream historical fact by the 15th century CE caravan guides often erected small pile markers cairns made of stones on the safer ascent points of these sleeping lions. Sadly, centuries of wind have scattered most of those stones, so you rely on your own device, a humble wooden staff. Step by step, you ascend a minor blind ridge heart, pounding slightly more than usual. The top is a narrow path, barely wider than a camel's chest. You take a deep breath, steadying your nerves. Below, you spot a half-buried length of what looks like woven fabric, probably an old marker left by a lost caravan. It must be nearly buried, but the wind uncovered its edge. You tug at it, gently freed it, and feel the rough weave of a faded silk banner. If this fabric is authentic, it might date to the Yuan dynasty's desert trades over 3 centuries ago. A fringed tidbit surfaces. Some caravaneers believed that wearing pieces of ancient banners brought good fortune because the weavers had once prayed for safe passage while making them. You drape a corner of that tattered cloth over your shoulder, half in ritual, half in showmanship, anything to boost morale. On the other side of the ridge, the dunes flatten once more, revealing the muted gleam of an oasis lagoon. Your heart soars. Tonight's readings paid off. Still, you proceed with caution, remembering that water can lie at varying depths. You glance at Mirza. He's already kneeling, running his fingers through the sand, feeling for coolness. When he nods, you step forward to press your palm to the surface. A subtle chill tells you that moisture is just beneath. You dig a shallow channel, revealing dark, concentrated wet sand. You dig deeper, and fingers meet clear water. You cup a handful and drink, savoring the sweetness until a ripple forms. Then you fill your goatskin pouch. One quirky detail: Sogdian traders often left small wooden stakes around a newly found oasis. The idea was that anyone else arriving in the desert night would see this sign and know there was water, preventing them from accidentally digging up someone else's well. You set a few stakes here before your camels arrive, though by dawn these stakes will be hard to see. But the act feels right, a small nod to past travelers and perhaps to future ones as well. The camels reach the oasis, guided by the handlers who read your nods and gestures. They dip their muzzles, slurping water with a satisfying suction that reverberates through the still night. You watch the liquid ripple, reflecting moonlight once more. You recall that ancient Chinese chroniclers noted as early as the 8th century CE that oasis wells were sanctified spots. Travelers washed their faces in the water to purify themselves before continuing. You dunk your face, feeling the cool water wash away layers of sand and tension. At this moment, you swear the desert transforms into a friend offering relief rather than a foe demanding fury. Historians still argue whether sanctification rituals at oases were widespread or limited to the southern Silk Road branches near Sichuan. But tonight, you follow the ritual anyway, cupping water lightly and touching your forehead, chest, and wrists. Even if the gesture only soothes your own anxious heart, it's invaluable. The caravan's chatter rises in low tones, stories of past journeys, jokes about camel hiccups, and quiet prayers for safe travels onward. You look up at the dunes you've just read and conquered. The ridges still bear the scars of your passage, fingerprints of wind and traveler both. The shifting sands taught you a lesson. When the world looks uniform and indistinguishable, the tiniest clue, a ripple here, a slope angle there, becomes everything. You share a wordless nod with Mirza, acknowledging how the night's patterns revealed the oasis's secret. In this collaboration of human intuition and desert language, you see how ancient traders survived by blending superstition, celestial navigation, and tactile reading of the terrain. A soft breeze carries you back to the caravan's edge, where camels kneel to drink and handlers adjust saddlebags for tomorrow's departure. In your satchel, the lunar compass and cross staff wait for your next celestial measurement. But tonight's lesson sticks with you. Sometimes the ground beneath your soles offers the clearest map of all. As dawn approaches, the first rays of light will erase these ripples and ridges, but your memory will hold them, guiding you until the next moonlit night. You rise from the oasis's edge water, lingering on your lips and palm, and feel a renewed sense of purpose as the first tendrils of dawn paint the sky. Yet even as you savor this hard-won relief, your senses remain vigilant. The desert has a mischievous side. Mirages, those fleeting, shimmering illusions, can lure even the savviest traveler into treacherous traps. Tonight, as you set out again, you steel yourself against deception, knowing that what your eyes sometimes see in this arid theater might not be real. You trudge across cracked earth camel hooves, crunching gently, and stare into the wavering heat haze on the horizon. Only it's not daytime heat, but the residual radiance of dawn bouncing off unseen dunes. You squint. Is that a distant palm grove or just a trick of light? Historians still argue whether first-century CE traders in Bactria mistook distant salt flats for shimmering lakes leading to killed herds and lost camels. In the cool air of morning, when the sun's warmth first strikes cold ground, the phenomenon of inferior mirages is strong. Objects appear inverted, as if upside down, like a poor Instagram filter gone rogue. You remember a fringe tidbit? Some Sogdian traders believed that carrying a small fragment of polished obsidian could slash through illusions, revealing only what's real. Tonight, you fished out the tiny obsidian shard from your pouch, a sliver, no bigger than a fingernail. You press it to your eyebrow, angling the dark glass, so that when you look through it, the horizon's wavering shapes either snap into clarity or shatter into meaningless distortions. It's not scientific, of course, but in the desert's hush, even a spark of belief can anchor your mind. Ahead, the wavering shape intensifies a line of dark silhouettes that resemble low shrubs and scattered palms. Your heart flutters. If that's a real watering hole, it could be an entire camp of merchants ahead. You bend low to your camel's ear, whispering to Banu, "Are you seeing this? Or are you just hungry?" She snorts, her nostrils flaring with curiosity, but remains placid. Camels sometimes sense minute differences in humidity. An actual oasis often smells of wet earth long before you see it. You inhale deeply. The air carries a faint tang of vegetation, but You can't tell if it's a trick or a truth. You shift your weight and move 5 paces closer, then crouch, pressing your palm to the sand. Here, the ground feels dry and warm, an odd sensation if water lies just beneath. Normally, at an actual oasis, the air near the ground feels cooler and more humid. Yet this spot feels like any other sun-baked desert floor. A mainstream historical fact, by the 7th century CE Islamic scholars had documented various mirage types. Mirage, the phenomenon that makes objects appear inverted, and Fata Morgana, a rare, more complex distortion often seen near coastlines. They noted that mirages could deceive even seasoned caravan leaders. You draw a mental salute to those early scientists who cataloged optical illusions long before Google. Still uncertain, you lift your obsidian shard and peer through it. The phantom palm trees, if they are trees, seem to waver even more like their reflections in a disturbed pond. At the same time, you notice that the shimmering ground beneath them flickers in horizontal ripples, whereas real Earth usually shows vertical consistency and texture. You pocket the shard, satisfied that it revealed something off-kilter. Yet you remain wary. Mirrors of air can't be entirely defeated by a flash of obsidian. A sudden breeze ripples your scarf across your face, stirring the sand in little eddies that dance around your ankles. You follow them, realizing that the pattern of swirling grains indicates wind patterns inconsistent with a lush oasis. In a genuine oasis, the terrain near water tends to be compacted with little loose sand dancing at dawn. One fringe tip surfaces local Bedouins once tested mirages by tossing handfuls of your own dust into the air. If the mirage's outline split upon impact, it was false. You scoop a handful of sand and hurl it at the illusion's base. The shimmering shape skitters away, folding in on itself like a dying ember. You smile, another dubious myth debunked. Mirza approaches his silhouette soft against the pastel sky. Saw that glinted oasis too, he murmurs. You nod, and he points to a small tuft of grass halfway between you and the mirage. If it's truly green, it won't sway like those distant shadows. You crane your neck. The nearer grass flickers in a steady rhythm, undisturbed by the faint heat haze. That steadiness confirms its vegetation, likely a part of a legitimate water source. You whisper thank you to the desert's own riddles for teaching you a new trick. You change your angle slightly and focus on the nearer dot of green. A pair of vultures circles overhead, and often-sighted fringed tidbit birds of prey sometimes provide clues to water sources, since they hunt small creatures that cluster around oases. You exhale in relief. Vultures don't loiter above mirages, because there's nothing for them to eat there. Moving toward the true marker, you leave the false images behind. As you crest a low dune, the oasis emerges in honest clarity, palm fronds, swaying lightly water, glistening like a polished mirror. You wave a hand to the camels, and they pick up on the cue, padding forward eagerly. Your heart thrums with triumph and exhaustion. You've escaped the desert's optical trickery yet again. The oasis, though real, still holds its own deceptions. One mainstream historical fact travelers from the Song dynasty noted that in certain salty oases, the water surface could appear extraordinarily clear, almost like glass, only to be unbearably brackish and undrinkable. This salt-slick phenomenon could kill caravans who assumed its beauty meant sweetness. You step close to the edge and touch the water with a tentative fingertip. It's surprisingly cool, but when you taste that drop, a sudden bite of saltiness stings your tongue. You grimace. This is not potable water. You draw back, spitting out the brine and dousing your tongue with clean water you carried. You lower your gaze to inspect the shoreline and spot clusters of salt encrusted along the margins. The ground underfoot feels gummy, like a thin layer of salt smeared on wet paper. Camels, however, seem inclined to drink. Perhaps they don't mind the saltiness, or maybe they're simply too thirsty to be selective. You watch one camel lower its head and lap greedily. Its handler grimaces but says nothing. Too tired to argue, you decide to let your pack's goatskin bag catch drips as the camel drinks, and you'll refine it later if necessary. A fringe tidbit rises to mind. Some desert alchemists believed that mixing ground mussel shells into salty oasis water could neutralize the brine, rendering it drinkable. Later, Saharan scholars tested this theory by adding crushed oyster shells to salt pans. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. You consider that option but dismiss it. You simply don't have the time or resources for an alchemical project beneath the rising sun. Today, practicality wins over mysticism. You and Mirza move to a cluster of nearshore palms, where a small patch of fertile soil promises fresher water just below. You dig a narrow channel, feeling the sand shift to moist earth within inches. Sure enough, clear water bubbles to the surface, purified by layers of sand, nature's own filtration system. You watch it course into a shallow basin, capturing the clean liquid. Then you fill your goatskin pouch, capping it with a satisfied grin. The rest of the caravan trickles in, eyes bright and spirits high as they bask by this hidden spring. You call out anyone for freshly sifted water, and faces break into relieved smiles. Mirza's muffled chuckle drifts to you. Welcome to Sand's best-kept secret. Once the camels hydrate from the filtered spring, you refill your own pouch, savoring the crisp, earthy taste. The oasis mirage has taught you a valuable lesson. Things in the desert aren't always what they seem. Even starving eyes and parched throats can be seduced by illusions. So you must always test with your hands, mind, and any quirky artifact you can scrounge, be it a shard of obsidian or a handful of mustard seeds. With the mirage behind you and clear water coursing into your pouch, you take a moment to jot a quick diagram in the sand, a trio of symbols, an inverted reflection for mirage, warning, a tuft of grass for real oasis, and an arrow marking the path. Later, caravans might bury this sketch, but for now, it's your personal cheat sheet. As you finish, you think about how even false promises in the desert can serve as lessons that make each step forward surer. The dunes whisper behind you, shifting their secrets into new shapes for travelers yet to come. The sun climbs higher, and golden shafts pierce the palm canopy. You shoulder your satchel and signal the caravan to prepare for the next stage. Onward, you remind yourself, because the desert never sleeps, and neither do its illusions. You vault onto Banu's broad back as dawn's glow sharpens, leaving the oasis's palms and filtered spring behind. Even as the sun burns higher, her padded feet make an eerily silent impression on damp sand an uncanny whisper you notice even over your own heartbeat. By instinct, Banu sets her course with minimal guidance, veering toward a faint ridge set slightly north of your marked path. You feel her muscles shift beneath you, a living compass powered by 4 legs and an ancient wisdom. The desert seems to acknowledge her, the dunes parting as if to honor this peripatetic oracle. You lean forward and pat her taloned-like hump, half joking, "Who needs Siri when you've got a camel with GPS built in?" Historians still argue whether certain camel breeds were selectively bred during the 12th century CE for superior navigational instincts, or if their uncanny prowess emerged naturally through nomadic living alongside humans. One mainstream historical fact, geographers in the medieval Islamic world documented that Bactrian camels, 2 humped varieties, could cover up to 60 miles a day across shifting sands, often finding water where even the most skilled guides failed. Though Banu has a single hump, her forebears still carry that genetic memory of survival in harsher climes. You can feel it in her gait, purposeful, unwavering, her eyes flicking to distant dunes and then back to yours, seeking no reassurance. You recall Mirza's earlier lesson on trusting animal heuristics, after he pointed out that your obsidian shard failed to detect the brackish mirage, but Banu sniffed the air and led you to the hidden spring. It's as though camels possess an internal radar scanning for moisture beyond human senses. A fringed tidbit surfaces: some desert shamans insisted that camels could hear the subterranean trickle of underground aquifers hundreds of paces before they surfaced. While no hydrological study supports that claim, you privately admit that such stories feel less far-fetched now. When your own ears strain to ignore the hiss of grinding sand in the next dune, Banu ears swivel, picking up the faintest hum of life beneath the crusted surface. You settle into her sway, conscious of how each step compresses 100 pounds of weight into each foot, gently tapping into the ground. It's a rhythmic song: tap, tap, pause, tap, tap. Your ears ring with that desert lullaby, soothing even as your mind whirs with anticipation. The caravan radius contracts inward as other camels pick up Banu's lead, as if they're following a Pied Piper called Water Beneath. Judging by their calm demeanor and lowered heads, the entire caravan trusts Banu's instincts more than any compass or star alignment. She navigates not just by smell or sight, but by a blend of senses you can't fully decipher. You think back to the countless times traders set aside dismissive skepticism to lean into camel wisdom. Scholars still argue whether camels truly detect moisture through olfactory cues or if they follow other camels' herd instincts. Anecdotes persist of caravans where a single experimental dromedary led explorers to a centuries-forgotten well, like that time in the 9th century CE when a small caravan stumbled across a hidden spring in the Taklamakan desert after losing its map, only because the lead camel veered off course and refused to move until water was unearthed. That story became legend along the Silk Road, used to demonstrate the inherent value of animal collaboration. Ahead, a low dune comes into view, its crest shimmering in heat haze despite the early hour. Banu's foot halts, then pivots left. You feel her subtle shift and lean to counterbalance. Beneath you, the sand changes texture, slightly more compact, an indicator that something lies beneath. You dismount, kneeling to press your palm to the ground. It feels tolerably cool and slightly damp. Without a word, you dig quickly with your gloved hand, and within moments, your fingers close around the rim of a clay jar, a hidden cache other traders must have left now filled with water. You lean back on your heels, allowing that thrill of discovery to wash over you. Banu's ears twitch as she kneels, lowering her muzzle to lap at any stray droplets pooled in the tiny crater you've created. Her huffs of contentment remind you of a child savoring an ice-cold treat on a scorching day. You fill your goatskin bag to the brim and refill Banu's water bladder, naming each droplet Liquid Victory. A stray thought drifts in some Tamerlane-era chronicler's joke that camels could be bribed with a single cupped hand of water, their loyalty shifting immediately to whoever carried the best pouch. You laugh at the notion, picturing a camel shaking hands with the richest trader. Either way, Banu's allegiance is sealed tonight. As you mount again, the rest of the caravan fans out to replicate this find. Their apprehension flickers now into hushed optimism. Whispers that Banu has done it again circulate like ripples across a still pond. Next to you, Mirza unholsters his brass sundial, perhaps less critical given Banu's instinct, but still a handy fallback for calculating local solar time. You give him a playful nudge. Don't worry, the camel's already set the clock. He arches an eyebrow, acknowledging your joke, though he secretly admires your ability to keep morale high, even when you're bone-tired. Now that you've demonstrated the camel's water-finding aptitude, a curious camaraderie strengthens among the traders. Each handler offers soft pats and quiet praise as they pass Banu, recognizing that without her guidance you might have skirted this hidden jar until your belly is burned from thirst. You think about how few modern travelers could claim such reliable guidance from an animal. They rely on apps that crash or GPS signals that vanish. In tonight's conquest, your camel emerges as both guide and guardian, an embodiment of ancient wisdom, fine-tuned for the desert. A breeze rolls in, and you sense a familiar shift in the dunes' patterns. You glance backward at the churned tracks left by Banu's careful couture proof that a map on parchment would have shown nothing. You dust your hands free of sand and decide to lead the caravan on a path slightly east of your original heading, trusting in Banu's intuition over any drawn line. One fringe claim gains weight. Some traders insisted that camels could sense magnetic anomalies, aligning their bodies with Earth's field lines, effectively acting as living compasses. While geologists scoff, you can't entirely dismiss the theory. Banu's uncanny directional choices sometimes seem more than instinctual, bordering on mystical. You straighten, lifting a hand to shade your eyes from the rising sun, and watch as your fellow traders adjust their loads, setting off in a slender thread that follows Banu's lead. The dunes ahead compact into a more stable plateau, a testament to her sixth sense. The sand here is so tightly packed that it resists your boot's grip. You sense the difference between last night's loose ripples and this morning's firmer crust. You take a moment to appreciate that this plateau is likely the ancient bed of a lake long since evaporated, a fact noted by Yuan dynasty cartographers who marked similar regions as dry sea of the desert. You squint at the horizon, remembering that those early maps guided traders for generations, but none could promise the intimate navigation that a well-trained camel provided. Dental chatter in your satchel reminds you it's time for a quick snack. You pull out a hard date cake, its surface crusted with pressed honey and barley fuel for the mind as much as the body. You crumble off a piece and pop it in your mouth, tasting the sweet salt of sweat from your previous exertions. Mirza nods approvingly when you wave at him. "Fuel up," he says in a near whisper. "Banu's not done showing off yet." You grin back, feeling the day's weight, balanced by camaraderie, camel intuition, and the realization that no GPS app can match this synergy. Just then, you spot a narrow gully weaving between two dunes, its walls worn smooth by centuries of wind. Banu swings her head to the right, picking up the trail an invisible hunter laid long ago. You realize that the gully, though shallow, is a natural corridor where residual moisture pooled long ago, enabling a secret groove that camels could memorize. It's the sort of detail modern scholars debate. Historians still argue whether these gully trails formed naturally or were deliberately scoured by early merchants traveling in single file. Whatever the case, Banu knows it like a pedestrian knows their favorite sidewalk. You signal the caravan to converge. The camels move silently, elephants in slippered shoes winding into the gully. Beneath you, the sand shifts to a darker, more granular hue, more comfortable footing than the earlier firm crust. You feel the immediate difference as your own boots connect. The gully's walls, smoothed by millennia of wind, seem to guide your progress much like the riverbanks guide a boat. The air here holds a slight coolness, as if the sun's assault is tempered by the shallow shade between dunes. You'd call it an air-conditioned corridor if you were from L.A. A sudden call from a raven echoes off the walls, a messenger from somewhere beyond. Some traders took raven calls as signs of nearby rock outcrops, potential shade, and additional water caches. You look up to see a lone raven perched on a jutting rock formation that anchors the gully's far end. Without question, your camel leaders began to pick up pace. Even their steady footsteps get an extra zip. The ridge above that rock formation might hold a vantage point. If you can coax Banu up there, you could survey the next leg of your route. You slide off her back, offering a handful of crushed barley as a reward. Her groan suggests finally, and as you secure your satchel, you wonder how you'll ever transition back to using Google Maps again. The raven caws once more, flapping its wings and soaring to a higher perch. You interpret that as a sign time to scout. Mirza grabs your arm and you nod in agreement. Together, you clamber up the sloping crest, the sand underfoot, shifting back to a looser consistency that forces careful, measured steps. At the top, you freeze, scanning the vista. The gully opens onto a broad plain, scattered with jutting outcrops, natural watchtowers that might shield you from future sandstorms. Camels dot the plain like distant sentinels, their handlers signaling to keep the formation tight. Below, Banu moves with deliberate steps, as if her pulses sync to the ancient heartbeat of the terrain. You feel the satisfaction of victory, not just for finding water, but for witnessing that symbiosis between human and animal that has sustained desert travel for millennia. You exhale, tasting the faint salt and hibiscus aroma carried on the wind. The raven's presence and Banu's guidance converge into a coherence that maps cannot replicate. One persuasive thought remains: if camels genuinely carry an echo of ancestral desert wisdom, part genetic, part learned, they are more than pack animals. They are living libraries of roots lost to time. As you descend, you know that tonight's camp will be shaped by these new insights, by Banu's instincts, and the ground beneath your feet. As the caravan threads through the open plain toward the next watchtower, you glance behind once more. The plateau lies in stark relief, shards of sand and stone glimmering as the sun climbs. For a moment, you consider the generations of traders who rode these same paths, guided by unspoken understandings between human and camel. In this communion, you find the beating heart of desert navigation, a partnership that transcends maps and ornately etched tools. It's raw organic, and give it the choice, you wouldn't have it any other way. You steady yourself atop the smooth outcrop, letting the morning sun warm your back as you contemplate the desert's next challenge, choosing the right route. Behind you, the caravan spreads across the plain, each camel's silhouette a slow pulse in this living map. Ahead, two diverging pathways carve through the dunes, one snake-like path veering northward toward jagged ridges known as the Silver Spines, the other curving southward into a gentler basin called the Whispering Flats. Historians still argue whether travelers preferred the northern route for its protective ridges against high winds or opted for the southern passage's relatively flat terrain. In your mind, you weigh their pros and cons while the faint crunch of shifting sand underfoot reminds you that every choice here melds geography with survival instincts. You cradle your goatskin pouch of water and let the first sip linger on your tongue, fueling the gears in your brain. The northern path promises rocky outcrops that might block sudden gusts, like forcing a roaring lion behind bars, whereas the southern basin's openness risks full exposure to a sandstorm's abrasive embrace. One mainstream historical fact comes to mind by the 9th century CE Chinese envoy Gao Pian, documented two primary routes across this region of the Silk Road, noting that the northern passage, though wind-sheltered, often had treacherous camel-eating hollows called Devil's Cups. You grimace at the thought, recalling how those hollows could swallow a camel's leg without a second thought, leaving both animal and handler stranded. Your camel Banu shifts restlessly, sensing the debate in the air. You pat her neck and murmur, "What's it going to be, girl? Rocky shelter or open runway?" She pauses, nostrils flaring as if sniffing the very essence of desert risk. A fringed tidbit surfaces. Local nomads once claimed that camels preferred the southern flats because the open vista mirrored prehistoric salt lakes where their ancestors evolved, granting them a sense of ancestral comfort. You tuck that away, a cheeky notion, but in the desert, every morsel of belief can tip the scales between dread and confidence. You step down from the watchtower and descend into the plain. The coolness of dawn shadows still clings to the ground, and you relish the slight chill against your calves. The southern path begins here, a gentle curve marked by faint depressions where previous caravans' wheels once rolled. To your left, the northern trail snakes behind a stand of wind-chiseled stone pillars. Those pillars, remnants of an ancient geological upheaval, resemble guardians watching over the way. You squint at them, picturing shadowy silhouettes against a fiery sunset. In a half-laugh, you imagine them whispering advice. Take us, we're safer. You pluck a loose pebble from the ground and toss it toward the southern horizon, an old trader's ritual to ask the land which way to go. It clacks across a shallow groove before coming to rest. You lean in to inspect its final position. It's pointing slightly south of west. Coincidence? Possibly. But sometimes you appreciate a little confirmation, even if you'd probably ignore it anyway. Mirza arrives beside you, wiping sweat from his brow despite the early hour. He squints at the branching trails, then taps his finger thoughtfully on his ancient map. Its ink faded to sepia. Northern route might save us from a raging sirocco, he says, using the local term for a blistering sandstorm. But devil's cups lurk there. We lose 20% of our water reserves if we detour around each hollow. He points south. That basin offers a straight march, but a wrong gust crosswinds you into oblivion. Historians still argue whether the wind-sheltered northern way was truly safer in high winds or just an illusion of security. You nod, considering that both routes contain hidden perils. You remember reading about 13th century Persian chroniclers who debated this very question, arguing in hushed, ink-laden treatises over how much safety a rocky ridge could provide when a sandstorm's gale could spiral unpredictably. One fudged margin note even suggested that maps were often more decorative than practical, like sewing patches that made a tent look grand but didn't actually keep out the wind. You let out a dry laugh, picturing those medieval scribes arguing over maps while their caravan stood stranded in swirling sand. Your nostrils pick up a faint leather and sweat scent from the caravan below. Camels jostle, handlers nod, and your own breath rasp across parched lips. You reach down, brushing a handful of sand between your fingers, appreciating its fine grain that slips so easily through your skin. Below, Banu's hoof makes a soft thump against a low ridge, and you sense her deciding to follow you southward. You give her a gentle pat and decide tonight you'll take the southern path. The thought thrills you with a mix of excitement and dread thrill, because the wider flats could reveal hidden water early. Dread because if a sudden squall formed, there'd be nowhere to duck. You collect your bearings, glancing at Polaris, still faintly visible behind the sun's prelude. Using your compass, you confirm a heading of roughly 250 degrees for the southern route. The caravan's line rejoins, and you sense a ripple of energy pass through your fellow travelers, agreeing silently to follow. The distant stone pillars of the northern path recede behind you like ancient spectators sending a silent cheer or perhaps a sigh of relief. As you move, your steps form shallow tracks that join the faint pre-existing depressions, an unbroken chain of footsteps stretching back centuries. Within 15 paces, the terrain shifts. The shallow basin's floor is unexpectedly firm, a mix of sand and pulverized rock that offers steadier footing than the loose dunes you traversed before. You glance side to side to the right. A low rise whispers of hidden guils. To the left, a ripple of dunes dances in the morning light. You scan the horizon on the southern route. The dunes look softer, less jagged, almost welcoming. It's a charming deceit. You know this softness could conceal deep pits or sinkholes. You hesitate a beat, then confirm your decision. with a firm nod. The caravan begins its gentle descent into the basin, the camels plodding in a single file groove worn smooth by prior travelers. A soft breeze kicks up, and your scarf catches it fluttering like a silent pennant. The wind lifts grains of sand in tiny spirals that skip along the plain, harbingers of a breeze that could evolve into something larger, something relentless. You squint at the distant sky, watching gauzy orange smudges fuse into thin streaks. You wonder if that's just the rosy dawn or the faint beginnings of a southerly gust. The marshmallows of clouds feel too far away to matter, but you're aware that even the slightest breeze in this basin can accelerate into a devilish wind in minutes. A fringe tidbit floats into your mind. Some traders swore that you could judge the coming wind's direction by how distant sand grains fell. If they drifted at a 45-degree angle, the storm would arrive from the southwest. If they drifted more vertically, it would crest from the south. You crouch and watch a few grains, noting their descent angle is almost perpendicular, an ominous sign of a southern wind brewing. You rise, tapping your camel's flank gently. Heads up, Banu. You murmur, even though she's already adjusted her gait. You glance back at the caravan's unmoving line, and you catch Mirza's eye raising a single finger in a silent signal. Erect stakes. Prepare for crosswinds. You shift into action, motioning to your nearest handlers. One digs a small hole in the sand and drives a sharpened stake deep into the ground. Another uses a looped rope to tether a camel's front legs close together, preventing the beast from being flung sideward if a sudden gust hits. You repeat the process in rhythmic synchronicity, stake, tether check. It's almost a dance now, each motion flowing into the next. As your stake sinks into the ground, you feel the vibration of an approaching wind, like a low rumble in an enormous drum. The basin's openness reveals its hidden vulnerability. No ridges to break the wind, no rocky outcrops to serve as natural barriers. You rub your palms together, hoping to warm them, though the air carries a cool snap, hinting that the wind will sharpen your focus and sting flesh. A faint roar grows from the horizon as the wind lunges at you, swirling the dust into a churning haze that swallows shapes whole. You drape your scarf over your nose and mouth, squinting through narrow slits. You feel the stall of your camel's step as she braces, digging her padded feet into the ground. Another handler loops a second rope around Banu's neck and secures it to the stake. She stands her ground, her body leaning into the wind's shove. The sandstorm arrives as a creeping wall, its edge jagged and alive with speckles of gold under the rising sun. The roar crescendos, and you have one thought: thank goodness I didn't pick the northern route. In the past, traders argued that the northern ridges would block wind, yet here the south wind howls unimpeded, flinging grit and forcing you to crouch low behind the limited barrier of your tethered camel. You feel a sting across your cheek, tiny daggers of sand finding every opening. You squeeze your eyes shut, remembering Mirza's lesson. The desert's memory of wind often lies in its enclosed basins. One quirky observation: some wanderers believed that painting their faces half white and half black would confuse the desert spirits, making them blow the wind elsewhere. You pat your scarf's black side, wondering if the trick would actually work, or simply produce amusing selfies. if you were a millennium ahead of your time. Either way, you're too busy ensuring your camel doesn't become a kite to ponder makeup hacks. The tide of sand ebbs and flows like a monstrous wave, and your voice is swallowed by the drumming roar. You lean against Banu's flank to steady your posture, feeling her solid mass press back at you. You squeeze your eyes so tight that you sense the wet grit thawing tears against your eyelashes, just tiny pricks but enough to let you know how fierce the storm is. Your hand tightens on the stake as the wind ripples across the basin, bending the world sideways. You grit your teeth against the urge to panic, reminding yourself that you've weathered worse last night's full tempest after all was nothing, if not an audition, for this performance. In this frenzied haze, your compass is useless. The sand covers every blade of grass, every hint of footing. The horizon becomes a molten wall, and you wonder if the northern ridges would indeed have sheltered you better. Historians still argue whether those ridges offered genuine protection or simply funneled wind into more lethal gusts down their flanks. You'd need to test both routes in equal storms, which frankly you have no desire to do. You grip your stake leaning into it like it's the only anchor between you and the storm's full weight. Time fractures inside the storm. One moment feels like hours, as if the wind drags seconds like broken beads on a frayed string. You remember a mainstream historical fact. 12th century Persian texts warned that sudden midday sandstorms in these basins could outpace mounted riders, turning caravans into ghost trains before the noon prayer. Now, as the sun climbs overhead, you sense a hint of warmth, an indicator that the storm's venom is losing its bite. Perhaps its gusts will fall back to simmering whispers soon. You resist the urge to peak too soon. You want to feel the storm's cadence slows ebb into a gentle hiss. Finally, a shift arrives. The roar dims, replaced by a muted shush that seems almost apologetic. You exhale a long breath that you didn't realize was held sagging against the stake. The storm's curtain parts, slightly revealing a world where every particle of sand sparkles like a million tiny suns. In the brief opening, you catch a glimpse of the distant ridges, maybe 15 miles north, where the northern route's angels seem perched untouched by this southern onslaught. You straighten your back, lathering your throat with a gulp of water to soothe the scratchy dryness. Your camel, still tethered, breathes in shallow huffs as she tosses sand from her eyes. You pat her neck and murmur, "We survived. Southern gambit wins for now." You survey the basin your stakes still hold. Camels remain standing, and supplies are mostly intact. The southern route, while exposed, also offers expanses where you can weather the worst until the wind relents. Meanwhile, the northern passage with its protective ridges could become a trap if the wind shifted from the west or veered unpredictably. The debate continues. Was your choice a fortunate gamble, or did destiny simply favor your instincts tonight? One fringe tidbit comes to mind. Some desert masters believed that if you buried a small charm, a carved wooden camel figurine beneath your leading stake before a storm, the winds would pass without harming your caravan. You'd forgotten your own camel charm back at camp, but you feel a twinge of amusement imagining the figurine's disappointed chatter. Still, the storm's lesson resonates. No map, no ridge, no talisman guarantees safety. Sometimes the ground beneath you and the camel beside you offer the truest refuge. As the last wisp of the storm drifts away, you signal to untie the camels. Each camel unfolds from its tethered stance, shaking grit from its fur like wet dogs. The handlers rise, blinking against the hazy sunlight that now disperses golden across the basin. You test the ground with a cautious step. It's firm, but uneven. You dust sand from your clothes and take a slow survey of the path ahead. The basin refuses to reveal new cues until the wind sculpts fresh ripples. Mirza jogs over, adjusting his cloak that's covered in a fine sheen of sand. He gives you a nod of approval, his eyes gleaming. "Southern route was not misguided," he says quietly, though something in his voice hints at relief. You incline your head, feeling the weight of those historical debates lift from your shoulders. You may have chosen one trail over another, but tonight you forged your own answer. The camels step forward, resuming their plodding cadence. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap, through the freshly smoothed basin. You follow Banu's lead again, trusting her instincts and your own judgment. The dunes to your right and left shimmer beneath the late morning sun, reshaping themselves with every slight gust. You glance back once at the valley where the storm played its furious judgment. You're lucky to walk out intact, and you know that if you find yourself here again, the choice between north and south will come again. For now, you settle into the rhythm as the caravan threads toward a slender belt of distant dunes that mark the next waypoint. In this ever-shifting desert tapestry, routes come and go, northern ridges, southern basins, mirages, and oases. You embrace the fact that no single path holds the key. It's the living dialogue between environment, camel, and trader that defines safe passage. The debate endures, as it always will, north or south, ridge or basin, because the desert's whims remain as capricious as ever, begging each traveler to craft their own story of survival under sand and sun. You press onward under the scorching midday sun, the southern basin, now a sequined expanse of flat sand stretching to your shoulders. Banu's steady steps lead the caravan toward a distant ridge, but your chest tightens at the thought of a sudden gust whipping these open plains into another relentless sandstorm. You recall how the last ordeal tested every ounce of your endurance. Now, as you trudge forward, your mind shifts to contingency plans, the emergency survival tactics that might keep you alive if a storm traps you in this exposed basin. Because when the desert decides to strike, and it often does without warning, you need to know how to shelter, how to ration, and how to conserve every precious drop of water. After all, rivers in these parts flow only in memory. Your first priority is shelter. You scan the horizon for potential dunes you can use as windbreaks, any subtle elevation that could reduce the storm's fury. 2 miles ahead, a slender crescent dune arches like a fallen bow. You point toward it, and the caravan shifts course. Historians still argue whether traders in the medieval era deliberately traveled along basins with scattered crescent dunes to serve as emergency hideaways, or simply regarded these formations as unavoidable obstacles. In either case, tonight, you'll aim for that crescent dune, hoping it offers a sliver of refuge. As you approach, you notice the dune's concave side faces the prevailing wind direction, an advantage you'll exploit. You direct the camels to cluster behind the dune's lee side, each handler following your silent hand signal. When you arrive at the dune, you drop from Banu's back and kneel, testing the sand's density. It's looser and deeper than what you walked on earlier, perfect for digging. You recall that 13th century desert guides recommended digging a shallow pit on the lee side of a dune, burying camels halfway in the sand, and covering them with dislodged grains to minimize exposure. The concept is simple: create a low wind-sheltered pit where both camel and human can crouch, reducing the target area for whipping gusts. You pad a small area of sand and instruct the handlers to do the same. One handler, a wiry Kyrgyz man with a face like chiseled granite, wields a short-handled shovel. He plunges it into the dune slope, tossing aside sand in neat arcs. You join him, slicing through layers of warm sand until you've carved a pit about waist-high and wide enough for 2 camels. A fringe tidbit surfaces: some nomads believe that adding a sprinkling of camel dung to the pit's floor would repel insects and snakes, essentially fortifying the shelter from desert pests. You give the thought a wry smile, but chalk it up to folklore. You'd rather not lie down surrounded by warm dung, no matter how protective it might be. As the pit deepens, you climb down, feeling the warmth of the sand shift into a comforting, cooler humidity beneath the scorching surface. Inside, you sit cross-legged, running your fingers through tiny sand granules that cascade like fine sugar. Across from you, Mirza erects a makeshift windscreen, utilizing a large piece of camel canvas and several sturdy sticks. He anchors the canvas along the dune crest, securing it with tent pegs carved from camel bone. By the time Mirza finishes, you have a narrow enclave that blocks at least 70% of a typical sandstorm's sideways assault. One mainstream historical fact by the 10th century CE caravan manuals recommended constructing sand shelters known as kucha car pits, simple excavations designed to protect travelers and animals from desert winds. Those descriptors have stood the test of time, practically unchanged in technical detail. Now that shelter is underway, your gaze shifts to water management. USL formula in your mind: 6 sips per hour per camel. But what about for humans in an emergency? You recall Mirza's rule of thumb: 1 small sip of water every 30 minutes, if idle every 10 minutes, if exerting yourself lightly. But when trapped in a storm, you'll need to reduce movement to conserve moisture. You tap a finger against your goatskin water pouch, feeling its supple leather and imagining a future where it feels as heavy as a boulder. You decide to ration 1 sip every 45 minutes, just enough to keep your tongue from sticking to the roof of your mouth. You gather the other handlers in a semicircle and explain your plan. Each handler nods, though you sense anxiety flickering in their eyes. A fringe tidbit emerges. Some desert leaders would throw a handful of salt into water reserves, believing that the added salt would trick the body into retaining moisture longer, an ironic method given that salt typically dehydrates you. You decide against it, reasoning that any belief, alchemic or not, is a risk when every ounce of hydration counts. Instead, you pocketed small shards of raw sugar from your rations, a quick energy boost without significant water loss, compared to a salty mix. You hand out 2 small sugar shards to each handler, instructing them to nibble only when necessary. With the water strategy cemented, you turn to emergency signaling. In the improbable event that the storm lingers beyond 2 days' rescue, becomes a challenge. You rummage through your satchel and produce a slender copper mirror no bigger than a hand's palm. Memory surfaces medieval traders sometimes placed these mirrors atop dune ridges between storms, angling them to reflect daylight toward rescue parties or passing caravans. You hand the mirror to a young handler from Samarkand, instructing him to climb to the dune crest and hold the mirror at an angle once the sun peaks, hoping the glimmer might catch a distant eye. In your own mind, you qualify that this tactic is a gamble if visibility is poor or if no one's nearby. The signal fades into nothing. Historians still argue whether mirrors were truly effective long-range signals or ornamental luxuries afforded only by wealthier traders. You tuck that question away but decide a vain attempt is better than none. Now comes shelter for the camels, your irreplaceable partners. You and Mirza crouch beside Banu and two other pack camels, adjusting their harnesses to minimize protruding parts that could catch wind. You position each camel so its back is pressed against the dune wall. This reduces the animal's profile and uses the dune as a cradle. The Kyrgyz handler shovels sand around their legs, burying them up to their knees. Their large padded feet become anchored in a stable cradle. You glance at each camel's face, though, stressed they huff gently, accepting the shelter. One handler wraps a large canvas tarp over Banu's back, covering her hump and sides to shield her from relentless sand abrasion. These measures will keep the camels stable during a storm's peak, though they're far from comfortable. You stroke Banu's neck, the coarse hairs stiff with grit, and murmur, "Just hold tight. We'll come out the other side." Next, you address the issue of preserving food. Most of your supplies consist of dried dates, hard cheese, and compressed barley cakes, almost impervious to sand, but consuming them without sufficient water can shrink your esophagus to a dry husk. You remind the handlers to eat only half their usual rations, stretching the supplies to last at least 3 days if necessary. You break one date into tiny slivers, distributing them evenly, so each man can have a morsel at sunrise and sunset. One fringe note comes to mind. A wandering scholar once claimed that chewing on small morsels of dried fish increased spittle production, an odd strategy to keep the mouth moist. You tuck a scrap of dried fish into your own pouch for when the sugar shards aren't enough to stave off dryness. It's unappetizing, but if it works, you'll thank your predecessor. With basic survival sorted shelter water, signaling food rationing, your thoughts pivot to personal safety. In case the storm disturbs a hidden ghoul or sweeps a camel away, you need an action plan. You pull out a thin length of red-dyed twine, bright enough to mark a path. You instruct each handler to tie one end to their belt loop and drop a few inches of twine as they move. That way, if the wind disorients you, you can follow the thread back to your starting point. A mainstream historical fact, by the 14th century CE, travelers often used colored threads or cloth strips tied at intervals to mark safe trails between camps. It was a rudimentary system, but invaluable when storms erased their tracks overnight. You press a strand of twine into each handler's palm, even the youngest, letting them cradle the concept that this small rope is a literal lifeline. Now, you consider the psychological aspect of survival. A storm can hug you for hours or days, stripping away morale like sand off a flesh wound. You recall medieval Sufis who recommended reciting rhythmic verse or prayer to steady the mind. You decide to lead by example. You lower your head and begin chanting a short incantation you learned in Bukhara, not fully for spiritual protection, but for mental focus. A simple, comforting melody that reminds you of home. The handlers join in haltingly at first, then with a stronger cadence. The chant's repetition weaves through the sand-laden air, transforming your pit into a sanctuary of sound amid the looming threat. Even Banu lifts her head, ears pricked, as if absorbing the melody. You glance upward. The sun has climbed to its peak, blazing down with merciless heat that's likely to crack open even the hardiest water skin. A sudden sinking sensation hits you as you glance at your own goatskin pouch. It's nearly half gone. You raise the pouch to your lips, taking a cautious sip, and feel the water swirl like cool silk. You remind yourself no more than one sip every 45 minutes. You swallow, savoring the relief, and tuck the pouch inside your shirt to shade it from the sun's glare. Nearby, the young Samarkand handler descends from the dune crest, mirror in hand. He reports no sign of passing travelers. You offer a nod, and he returns to the pit, dropping the mirror beside a tiny mound of sand. It catches a glint of sun, but from this angle, it looks more like a firefly caught in a web. You suspect rescue is a distant dream. Your fate rests in your own resourcefulness and these carefully constructed survival methods. The silent tension in the pit thickens. Every rattling grain reminds you of the storm's potential return. You lean back, pressing your shoulder against the dune's wall. Beneath you, buried camels stir. Banu exhales a low rumble that feels like both a sigh of contentment and a warning, stay vigilant. You rub her side, feeling slightly guilty at how exposed she remains, but you know these tactics give her the best chance. The other camels kneel, heads bowed to the ground, shrouded in coarse canvas. Their steady breathing becomes a lullaby against the silence. Hour by hour you check the sky. Wisps of clouds unzip from the horizon, but they linger too distant to matter. The wind remains a sporadic hush, now not the roaring inferno you feared. Still, you maintain your vigil. Every 10 minutes, you trot to each handler and remind him to swallow the tiniest sip from the goatskin pouch. Each man obeys with a nod, adjusting his cloak to reserve moisture breath. You watch your buddies become shadows of themselves, cheeks hollow, eyes sunken, but still determined to press on. A breeze skates across the basin, brushing grains of sand across your sunburned forearms. You brace, but let it pass. No roar, no fury, just a soft sigh. It feels like the desert exhaling, offering you a reprieve. You stand, water pouch in hand, and take one sip, just enough to moisten your tongue. Then you squint at the horizon, measuring the dune's hue shifts for any sign of movement. None appear. It's been 7 hours since you dug the shelter pit. You shift, testing your knees, aching from crouching on the packed sand. You unwrap a small piece of cheese for a morsel of protein, chewing slowly to maximize saliva. The cheese's salty tang makes your mouth water, a cruel trick, but also a reminder that your ration plan is working. You finish the bite, smooth over your teeth, and tuck the rind into the pouch for later disposal. Suddenly in the distance, you notice a faint swirl of sand, barely a twist at first, then growing in confidence. It's not a full sand devil, but the precursor to one. You look to Mirza, eyebrows raised, and he nods gravely. Emergencies can spiral uphill quickly. A single small whirlwind can suck your shelter's tenuous calm into oblivion. You rouse each handler, refill the pit's walls, tighten the canvas, prepare. They scramble, shovels flying, bolstering the dune barrier around your pit. You and Mirza sift a handful of sand to create a tiny secondary barrier nearest the camels like a moat to slow approaching gusts. One handler adjusts the copper mirror so it points to the sky, an improvised weather vane. If wind picks up, reflecting the turning page of desert weather. You press your ear to the ground, searching for the storm's rumble, one of the oddest early warning tactics. Dunes are surprisingly vocal. When they shift, sand slides and avalanches produce deep, resonant vibrations. You believe that if you catch that tremor early, you can further reinforce shelter or call for help before the storm becomes an avalanche of grit. Then a distant roar chomps at the horizon. The wind returns, this time with a buzzy edge, an announcement that the storm's next act has begun. A surge of adrenaline hums through you as you clutch the last inches of water. The caravan's new shelter pit stands ready, camels cradled and canvas walls secure. You brace alongside Mirza, grateful for every contingency you've placed, stakes hammered, deep water rations slivered, signaling mirrors poised, and the twine trails to guide you back if you venture out. The nest you've built inside this crescent dune will be tested again, but you trust your tactics and your team. As the storm rolls in, you lower your head, mimicking your handlers, hunkering down to whisper a quick protective verse. The wind roars, sand lashes, and the once firm landscape transforms into a seething sea. Yet inside your pit, the roar feels less fierce a pounding. You can meet with steadier nerves, bolstered by the knowledge that you built this refuge with sweat and wit. The camels huff, the handlers hold firm, and you grip your stake like a lifeline. You sip that last precious drop of water, letting its coolness remind you why every tactic mattered. When the storm finally relents hours later, sunlight filters through your makeshift windscreen, illuminating drifting motes of sand like embers suspended in air. You rise slowly, limbs aching, and peer beyond the canvas wall. The basin lies still, each dune sculpted by the storm's wrath. But your pit stands unshaken. You exhale a breath that dissolves into the warm breeze, knowing you've passed another trial. You have one sip, remaining a reminder that the desert's generosity is finite. You decide to move as soon as possible before the sun mercilessly bleaches this sanctuary of sand. You help your handlers untether the camels, and each animal steps forward uncertainly, but your whispered praises bolster them. As you clamber onto Banu's back, you look back at the shelter pit you constructed with your own hands. It's a small oasis of safety, carved from the indifferent desert, a testament to ancient wisdom and hard-won innovation. You signal to Mirza and the handlers, time to go. The caravan slithers from the pit, leaving the dune's lee side now empty and open to the desert's whims. You take a final gulp from your pouch, letting that sweet water anchor your resolve. With one last glance at the crescent dune, you guide Banu toward the shimmering horizon, each step echoing the chant you recited hours before, a melody of survival resonating across dune and sky. You carry with you the memory of shelter dug by hand rations, stretched by discipline and communal effort that made survival possible. And as the basin gives way to rising dunes, you feel the familiar thrill of knowing that no matter how fierce the desert's next challenge, you and your caravan have the tools, both mundane and mystical, to face it head on. You dismount from Banu's back as the caravan converges in a shallow basin illuminated by the late afternoon sun. The storm's fury has passed, leaving a hush broken only by the soft snuffle of camels untying themselves from dune anchors. As you settle into the cool shade of a nearby juniper shrub, you're keenly aware that individual survival digging shelter, stashing water rationing food, was only half the battle. The other half, perhaps, the more essential, hinges on the solidarity of your trading companions. Right now, as dust settles and adrenaline ebbs, you feel the invisible threads of communal trust begin to weave this group into something stronger than a mere collection of isolated travelers. Your gaze follows Mirza as he moves among the camels, offering each handler a nod of reassurance. He visits every animal, murmuring quietly to ease their nerves, an unspoken reminder that no one survives the desert alone. In the corner of your eye, you see the young Samarkand handler retrieve the copper mirror from the ground, inspecting it for scratches. He hands it back to you with a shy smile, and you tuck it into your satchel, inwardly noting how this simple returned favor reinforces the unspoken covenant among tradesmen. What's borrowed or risked in the desert must be repaid in kind. You rise and stretch your joints stiff from crouching in the shelter pit. A hushed murmur ripples through the group as one handler calls out, "Bread and cheese for everyone." Within moments, a wooden crate emerges balanced atop a nearby dune. Someone slides the crate down the slope, and it comes to rest against a low rock. Inside, you recognize flatbread loaves, cubes of hardened cheese wrapped in cloth, and a small sack of dates. Everyone moves in unison, divvying up portions so that each man receives exactly the same measure, no more, no less. One mainstream historical fact by the 14th century CE caravan ledgers often included detailed records of shared rations, listing exact weights of flour cheese and dried fruit allocated per trader. Those ledgers were critical for preventing disputes when supplies grew dangerously low. You accept your portion: 2 small loaves of bread, a wedge of cheese, and 3 dates, grateful that someone remembered to stow this communal box before the storm struck. A hand pats your shoulder. It's the tall Uzbek handler who once offered you the last swig of his camel milk when you nearly fainted crossing the silken steppe. He glances at you with supportive eyes, and you reciprocate with a nod of gratitude. That small, silent exchange holds more weight than a fortune in silk. It's a promise I've got your back because you have mine. As you sit on the sand, chewing slowly, the flavors of stale bread and salt-tinged cheese feel almost decadent. Every crumb that lands on your tongue tastes like victory over adversity. You swallow a date, savoring its sticky sweetness, and feel your muscles relax. Around you, the air hums with low conversation. Some traders recount how their camels whimpered during the storm. Others share technical tips for reinforcing stakes. A few simply laugh at the absurd notion of a camel charm acting as a wind vane. One fringe tidbit floats through these conversations, A wandering merchant from far to the west once swore that if two handlers sang the same melody in harmony, the wind's fury would be distracted one pitch misaligned, and the sandstorm would change course. You overhear laughter at that notion, yet no one outright dismisses it. In these dunes, a shred of hope is better than none at all. After the snack break, you stand to stretch your back. Mercer steps forward, unrolling a tattered piece of parchment, a rough map of the next leg. As he flattens it on a flattened stone, you notice quill ink annotations marking hidden wells, stashed food caches, and notes on terrain quality. The map, a collaborative effort crafted over countless journeys, exemplifies collective knowledge. One man points to a scribble reading, "Beware shifting dunes water spot here," and another adds in a delicate hand, "Take 10 degree east at morning light." Historians still argue whether such communal maps emerged from official guilds or spontaneously among traders, you think recalling half-remembered debates. Yet here, this map is undeniably a lifeline. Neither Mercer nor any single individual could have pieced it together alone. You lean close, tracing your finger along the route, and then glance up at the caravan. Dust clings to each person. Sweat has dried into a fine veneer. Their clothes, patchworked robes, leather vests, and loosely wrapped cloaks bear signs of wear and repair, loose threads mended by careworn hands, tears stitched back with camel hair, thread stains of date juice, and camel dung. These repairs are not merely pragmatic, they're silent testimonials to mutual aid. 2 nights ago, when your water flask cracked, the elder from Balk used his last bit of resin to seal the crack, an act of generosity that saved you from dehydration. Now you watch as one trader leans over another, wielding a needle and thread to fix a torn scarf, enabling his comrade to shield her face from blowing grit. Each stitch binds them not only to cloth, but to each other's fate. Mirza looks up from the map and clears his throat, the sound drawing attention. "We rest here until sunset," he says, voice calm but firm. "Then we depart for the barren ridge." You nod in agreement, lifting your goatskin water pouch to your lips for a careful sip. A ripple of approval echoes around you. Hydration is critical. Everyone knows to sip only at intervals to make the water last until the next oasis. But beyond the physical sustenance, this period of rest holds invaluable psychological balm, a momentary reprieve from the desert's relentless demands. During this pause, you join a small group gathered beneath a lone, spindly tree. The tree's sparse leaves cast a herringbone of shadow on the sand, and you can almost taste the faint scent of its resinous bark, mixing with the earthy aroma of the dunes. The cluster of traders sits close, their proximity a shared barrier against isolation. One man from Kashgar leans forward, plugging a small clay flute to his lips and coaxing out a few plaintive notes. The flute's lament feels both forlorn and soothing, weaving a musical thread through the still air and drawing smiles as lullabies of home often do. You tap your foot in time, feeling a faint warmth in your chest as community bonds reinforce your spirit. Suddenly, a handler notices a cluster of tiny footprints in the shifting sand, a family of desert mice seeking shelter. He points and describes how these mice navigate among camel footprints to find morsels of discarded grain. A ripple of interest travels through the group. Someone suggests that if these mice find enough scraps, It indicates camels have grazed in the vicinity recently, and thus water might lie within a short distance. You crouch to inspect, seeing the delicate lines soft in the sand. This is another form of shared resource, individual observations merging into collective knowledge. Without collective discussion, that clue would vanish into the desert without significance. As the sun dips, painting the dunes in bruise-colored shadows, you rise and collect your satchel. Each trader picks up a small leather-bound prayer book, flipping to a shared verse taught by Mirza. For moments like this, words that bind you in hope, while reminding you that people across kingdoms rely on the same ancient texts. Together, you stand and join in a hushed recitation, fingers tracing the ornate script, voices uniting in gentle cadence. One mainstream historical fact: by the 10th century CE, Sindhi traders often carried small prayer booklets inscribed in ink, or sometimes scratched onto thin strips of palm leaves, using them for spiritual relief and guidance during perilous desert crossings. The solemn moment elevates your sense of community beyond mere survival tactics. It becomes a shared affirmation of belief, tradition, and the enduring strength found in unity. As twilight deepens, you glance at each of your companions' faces lined with exhaustion, yet eyes gleaming with determination. Mirza folds the map and tucks it into his cloak. He steps back, casting his gaze over the assembled group. "We traveled together," he declares softly. "Not one soul left behind." The words resonate like a drumbeat in your chest. You recall when the young merchant from Herat sprained his ankle near the shifting sands alone, he might have perished. But the handlers lifted him onto a spare saddle, supporting him in turns all the way to this very resting point. That act of solidarity didn't just save his life. It cemented a bond that echoes every time the dunes swarm. A faint wind kicks up, carrying a whisper of sand that dances in the soft light. You inhale deeply, drawing nourishment from the communal air. Each trader retrieves a length of twine from their belt loops, those same bright threads used for marking paths in emergency. Now they tie one end together, forming a long rope linking every person inch by inch. It's a ritual gesture, a physical representation of the mutual connection that pays no heed to borders or origins. You grasp the rope and feel its rough hemp fibers bite gently into your palm, reminding you that each knot represents trust, every loop a promise to watch over the person beside and beyond. The camels, now replenished and exhaling contentedly, line up quietly, as if sensing their role as engines of this community. You hear the tip-tap of hooves against cooled sand, a lullaby that echoes in your mind. Under a canopy of stars, you take your turn to lead a camel whisper, leaning close to Banu's neck, murmuring softly words of reassurance before she sets out. She answers with a low rumble, and you sense that her calmness reflects the group's cohesion. If anyone can sense discord, it's her, and tonight she carries only steadfast confidence. Before departing, you share one last cup of camel milk, with the entire company pouring it into small gourds passed from hand to hand. Each person takes a sip, grateful for the creamy comfort that revitalizes parched mouths. One fringe belief surfaces in some desert lore, sharing camel milk cycles. Blessings among the group, redistributing protective spirit from one person to all. You smile As you drink, mulling the notion, whether fanciful or fringe, it enhances the feeling that this shared ritual knits you into something larger than yourself. Morale buoyed by communal rites, you gather around Mirza as he stands at the caravan's forefront. The silver thread of your location and time comment from last night still lingers in your mind. Even strangers across seas might know exactly when you set forth again. In that moment under the rising moon, you step into the caravan's line for the next leg of this journey, winding through dunes together. Each person takes their place in the human chain connected by rope trust and shared purpose. The community's heartbeat thrums beneath your palm, synchronized with Banu's steady gait. As you set out into the night, leaving the resting basin behind you, feel the enduring warmth of collective resolve. The desert may be vast, merciless, and indifferent, but tonight you traverse it arm in arm, bound by shared resources, mutual aid, and communal faith. And in this solidarity, you find a shelter stronger than any windbreak, more essential than any ration or water cache, the unbreakable bonds that ensure no one faces the dunes alone. You trudge alongside Banu as dawn's first pale fingers stretch across the dunes, her warm flank beneath your palm, a welcome anchor after hours of leaning into wind and sand. The world around you glows with a muted violet that shifts to amber as the sun inches toward the horizon. Last night's tempest has been reduced to memory. Every rippled crest and trough now holds the breeze's soft whisper rather than its former roar. You feel a shiver of relief ripple through your bones, as if the desert itself has sighed in contentment. The air, cool and sweet, carries the faint aroma of creosote and thyme, mingling with the lingering scent of camel sweat, a perfume you've grown suspiciously fond of. As you lead the caravan in a gentle arc, you watch each pair of eyes lift skyward, noticing how the stars pale one by one until only Polaris hangs stubbornly above. It's the same star that guided you during last night's celestial symphony, but now it feels like an old friend reluctantly relinquishing its vigil. You recall Mirza's whisper as the storm collapsed. That storm might have just tested us, but dawn always answers with a softer tune. You trudge forward each step, sinking into the sand's cool surface, an intoxicating contrast to yesterday's scorching midday heat. A low murmur runs through the handlers, a ritual greeting to the new day often rendered as a simple blessing. May Sheikh al-Buruj guard your steps, or whatever invocation each man's lineage dictates. You join in your voice rough from dehydration, but warmed by collective intent. Around you, camels stretch their long necks skyward, resembling spindly dancers in a ballet where the music is the desert's hush. One soft complaint escapes from Banu's lips, a half grumble, half honk, like a dancer testing her plie after a long intermission. You pat her hump and whisper, "Feel that, girl." This is what they call morning yoga, delivering your comment with a sleepy grin. It feels absurd to compare a camel stretch to any human ritual. Yet here in the desert's quiet, the analogy somehow fits. You lower yourself to the sand for a more formal stretch, pressing your palms into the ground and arching your back, inhaling deeply until your lungs cradle the crisp dawn air. A fringe tidbit flits through your mind. Some nomads believe that stretching at dawn could could realign one's joints with the Earth's energy lines, preventing stiffness and warding off sand gnats, tiny biting insects, rumored to emerge only at twilight. You can't say whether that last claim holds any water, but as you bend deeper into a forward fold, you feel your muscles respond like well-oiled ropes. Even if the sand gnats never existed, the legend provides a curious comfort, as if imbricating your spirit with a dose of folklore. As the caravan cranks into a slow, meandering rhythm, you absorb the tapestry of relief unfurling around you. The dunes that last night threatened to swallow you now glow golden, their ridges carved by wind into patterns reminiscent of ancient Arabic calligraphy. You recall that 7th century travelers documented how desert contours could serve as maps in their own right, natural scripts that savvy guides interpreted like unreadable papyri. One mainstream historical fact seeps into your consciousness. By the 10th century, CE sophisticated caravan leaders trained apprentices to read dune topography, using it to predict weather changes and hidden guils. You murmur a succinct thanks, ancestors, and imagine them kneeling in tents made of tasseled wool, finger-tracing sand shadows on parchment, betting their survival on such details. Your camel gently sways beneath you, adjusting her gait to each cautious ascent and descent across softened sands. You remember when a half-moon gleamed overhead and you marched beneath a sky strewn with stars. Now dawn reveals the results: freshly smoothed dunes carved by the storm's fury, edges softened by drifting grains. Your heart lurches at the sight of a distant crescent dune, the very one that sheltered you in a survival pit only hours ago. It glimmers like a scythe dipped in liquid gold. In the silent glow, you sense that dune's once rugged slope has been polished by wind into a gentler incline, drawing a direct line from last night's struggle to today's reprieve. You glance at your satchel and produce the goatskin water pouch, drinking a cautious sip that tastes of pale morning light. Each drop feels like a benediction, quelling the dryness that had etched into your throat during the storm. You notice the other handlers performing the same act in unison, as though water at dawn carries a blessing stronger than any prayer. You tuck the pouch back under your cloak, aware that rationing remains critical. Tonight, you may need every drop. Still, this moment of shared hydration cements the bond among you, a testament that survival in the desert is as much about communal trust as individual grit. To your right, a pale wash of rippled sand channels glint with faint moisture, the hidden spring you discovered last night. The oasis's fringe palms, once a lush cluster, now look ghostly in dawn's filtered light. You see camels grazing on scant vegetation, relieving their thirst in shallow pools. The handlers use this pause to purify themselves, lapping water onto their faces, whispering brief prayers of thanks, conjuring images of home. You think of travelers from the Song dynasty who recorded their wonder at these spontaneous oases, marveling at how life could cling to sand where nothing else thrived. It feels holy here, water shimmering like a mirror, reflecting the dawn's burgeoning glow. Your muscles crave motion, so you step off Banu to take a proper walk, feeling the sand cool beneath your boots. You move toward a basalt outcrop where Mirza stands head tilted upward, gazing through a handheld astrolabe, an almost comical sight at dawn, using a device meant for night navigation to measure a star's fading position. He lowers the instrument and grins, noting that when Venus appears near dawn, it's a sign that storms have broken for the rest of the day, a subtle nuance in astral weather lore. You watch him sweep the astrolabe over sky and sand, and you wonder if this device ever feels outdated in the face of dune lore and camel intuition. Then you remember historians still argue whether medieval navigators relied more on handheld instruments or on memorized star chants passed down orally. The debate rages on, but tonight, both traditions answered your need. As the sun climbs higher, you raise your chin to its warmth, letting warmth seep into your chest as if the dawn's light is a tangible balm. You recall that early Muslim scholars credited Aristotle's meteorology as a foundational text for understanding desert storms, though they quickly expanded upon it with their own observations. One of your handlers, a wiry Tajik named Farid, presents you with a small notebook bound in leather and scribbled with weather patterns, wind directions, dune scents, cloud shapes, and relevant readings from celestial bodies. Farid's notes represent a living legacy of those 10th century scribes, a blend of empiricism and intuition. You uncap your pen, adding a note of your own. Dawn hush provides perfect stretching conditions. Save for next time. You close the notebook and tuck it away, feeling that your own story is now part of this communal chronicle. You pivot toward the camels, watching them kneel in the shallow palm shadows. Each animal lifts one leg, flexes it, and then the other, almost like they're performing stretches of their own. You lean against a palm's trunk, remarking to yourself that Banu does her own version of yoga, bending and arching in a display of camel grace. You think of that playful remark you made earlier, comparing Banu's stretch to morning yoga, and realize that beneath the sarcasm, there's truth in this desert survival hinges on flexibility, both physical and mental. You stretch again, reaching for the sky, then fold forward, training your gaze on the sand's shimmering patterns. As the caravan stirs for departure, Mirza signals that it's time to resume. You stand upright, throttle your body back into wakefulness, and together you begin to climb the dune toward the day's path. The crescendo of dune dusk has given way to this gentle dawn, a reminder that even when storms rage, there's a moment of calm awaiting those with enough patience to endure. The sky shifts from lavender to a soft cerulean, dotted with the wisps of cirrus clouds that herald fine weather. You glimpse one such cloud and remember a European traveler's account from the 13th century, marveling at how desert cloud formations could resemble silk, billowing a curious juxtaposition for traders who once shipped real silk across these very sands. With each careful step, you ascend to the dune's crest and peer at the route beyond a rocky ridge known as the Barren Edge, where jagged basalt veins pierce the sky. You sense that tomorrow's challenges lie in those rocks, the risk of hidden guils, the threat of midday winds carving new dunes. But for now, dawn's relief settles into your bones like a gentle lullaby. You inhale, exhaling slowly as the caravan congregates behind you, each person adjusting gear, refreshing canteens, and sharing quiet words of encouragement. A strange hush blankets the group, a momentary reverence as the sun fully emerges, illuminating each grain of sand with crystalline clarity. The dunes cast long, soft shadows behind you, like protective arms guiding your departure. You catch Mirza's eye and see pride mirrored in his steady gaze. He's thinking the same unspoken thought: survival isn't solitary, it's communal. The phrase resonates as you watch the handlers distribute small tokens, fragments of obsidian mahalab seeds and incense dust, tiny fringe charms meant to bring luck on the next leg. Each gesture, mundane and mystical, reinforces the bond that threads you together, a human tapestry embroidered with shared dread and triumph. Together, you crest the dune's summit, and the caravan unfolds into a single file stretching toward the horizon like an unbroken stroke of ink across parchment. Banu leads her hooves whispering against the sand, her silhouette a steadfast promise. You follow, inhaling dew-fresh morning air, letting thoughts drift across yesterday's trials and today's possibilities. The rocky outcrops of the barren edge beckon a fresh chapter awaiting your courage and collaboration. Before you step forward, you pause to glance back at the valley of dunes, now bathed in full sunlight. Dawn's glow paints everything with a gentle forgiveness, transforming harsh ridges into gentle curves. The lingering warmth tugs at your sleeves, urging you onward, but you savor this last moment of repose. In the calm, before the next hurdle, dawn has offered its ritual of stretching limbs and spirits. You reflect on how each sunrise in the desert feels like a personal unveiling, a chance to rewrite yesterday's story with new resolve. Then you settle your satchel and step down the dune's wind-whispered lip, letting Banu's gait set the pace. The handlers follow their silhouettes, flickering like shadows, dancing at the edge of the world. The camels below quirk an ear, sensing the movement and echoing your renewed purpose. With the sun at your back and the knowledge that you face tomorrow's unknowns together, you stride into dawn's open pages. The desert unfurls before you, a canvas awaiting the next brushstroke, guided by the collective wisdom that has carried you this far. You pause at the crest of the barren edge, letting the morning sun warm your shoulders as you survey the rocky expanse ahead. Yesterday's sandstorms and last night's celestial navigation feel like echoes in your mind, yet the desert's lessons linger like grains of sand clinging to your boots. Right now, as you stand amid jagged basalt spires and shale-strewn ridges, you find yourself reflecting on how modern travelers equipped with smartphones, GPS apps, and climate-controlled vehicles could still learn a thing or two from these age-old nighttime strategies. In fact, if you're someone who thinks a power bank and a downloadable map are enough to conquer the world, the dunes offer a cheeky reality check. You're blissfully unprepared for sand in your charging port. Your camel Banu shifts her weight, her padded feet making barely a sound on the gritty surface. You lean forward to pat her hump, murmuring, "Don't worry, girl, people still think you're just a rideable lawnmower, but you're more like a four-wheeled, hair-covered, all-terrain vehicle with a payload capacity." She grunts as if in agreement. In the modern world, you'd call her a workhorse, or maybe a multi-purpose off-road vehicle. Yet here, she remains the original GPS and moisture detector, built-in calibration, and zero app updates required. You scratch the back of your neck, remembering how last night you relied on starlight compasses and the keen instincts of desert-dwelling creatures to guide your journey. It strikes you that despite centuries of technological advances, many of those ancient practices still outclass digital convenience when it comes to facing the desert's unpredictability. You take a breath of crisp, mineral-laced air and let it settle in your lungs. The space around you feels vast, echoing with silent dunes and distant bird calls. It's enough to make you wistful for the nights when you trace the constellations on Venus's rise using cosmic positions to confirm your path. In one knee-jerk moment of nostalgia, you wonder how often modern travelers even glance upward at the stars, assuming that Google has all answers. Yet, the desert teaches you that satellites can fail and cell towers can vanish. But the stars have been lighting the same paths for millennia. A fringe tidbit drifts into your mind. Some medieval astronomers believed that recording the precise angle between Polaris and the moon could predict not only latitude, but shifts in upcoming sandstorm directions. It's not exactly Newtonian physics, but in places where nighttime thermometers don't exist, any celestial clue is better than none. You grin at the thought of modern meteorologists scratching their heads over that technique, even as you admit it's more romantic than rigorously scientific. But romance is part of why you fell into this line of travel in the first place, the sense that your itinerary is co-written by the cosmos, rather than by some automated algorithm. You shift your weight and survey the ridgeline leading into a series of rocky gullies. These gullies form natural channels for wind-blown sand, perfect for experimenting with your newfound understanding of sand guessing. You step forward, feeling the contrast between the desert's soft undercrofts and the jagged basalt underfoot. The air here has a sharper bite, scented with crushed quartz and sticky creosote that still clings to worn twigs. The desert floor hums beneath your boots, a low rumble that reminds you of last night's sandstorm vibrations underfoot. You relish that hum, a more reliable indicator of shifting sands than an app's geological alerts pop-up. Crouching by the first gully, you press your fingers into the sand surface, feeling the subtle differences between grains mic'd by the wind. A mainstream historical fact surfaces by the 11th century CE caravan guides in Khwarezm used carved wooden poles called ramsh sticks to probe for unstable sand pockets, reducing the risk of sudden collapses. You spread your fingers across the grains, recalling how last night you detected a near-hidden ghoul by tapping the ground with your crossed staff. In this moment, you appreciate that modern travelers might benefit from packing a simple wooden stick rather than relying on expensive ground-penetrating radar, if only to look smug when a colleague's drone camera freezes mid-flight in a sandstorm. You stand upright, dusting off your hands as a mild breeze stirs. The ridges ahead beckon, but before you press on, you consider another lesson from the desert's nocturnal sagas, the power of repeated pattern recognition. Last night, you memorized star alignments and downhill skid angles, and earlier, you watched camels navigate undetected microterrain changes. In the digital age pattern, recognition often equates to machine learning datasets, AI heuristics, and predictive analytics. Yet here, your brain functions as a real-time analyzer, processing wind sweeps, animal behaviors, and sand textures to make split-second life-or-death decisions. You smile at how underappreciated your own cognitive bandwidth is, Compared to some AI model you've never truly tested outside a classroom simulation. Mirza emerges at your side, holding a folded map in his hand. He unfolds it with deliberate precision, revealing lines and scribbles that mark tomorrow's way, complete with notations like clip corner by the rocky herd's path and watch for a shifting ridge at dawn. He leans closer, tapping a finger on a tiny star symbol next to an inked X. You recall how that mark denotes a secret well known only to seasoned caravan leaders, a location where you can refill water before entering yet another stretch of exposed dunes. You glance at the symbol and recall a quirky detail. Some caravans encoded these wells with specific star patterns so that only those who knew how to read the sky could decipher them. It's a system that might baffle any modern GPS reader lacking a star chart app. Most travelers now download offline maps, Mirza remarks, folding the parchment with a casual flick. But a map that relies on stars, camels, and local names, that's as unhackable as you can get. He tucks the map into his cloak pocket and tips his head toward the ridges. Are you ready? We can't delay. The temperature will climb fast. You nod, slipping the last of your water sip ration into your mouth, with exaggerated care, as if performing a brief ceremony. Then you offer a final reflection. You know, most people think enduring the desert means loading up on tech satellite phones, solar chargers, multi-layer tents. But all those shiny gadgets fail when the battery dies or the screen shatters under sand. Here, if you have knowledge, stars, camels, a stick, you have backup. It's retro by design. Mirza chuckles, shouldering his satchel. You feel his solidarity in your shared sarcasm. As you resume the trek, you sense the cohesion between your modern sensibilities and ancient wisdom. You shift your eyes upward, spotting a faint Pleiades glow that hints at tomorrow's weather and yet feels more reliable than any weather app's 70% chance of something. You remember your voiceover from last night. Historians still argue whether Pleiades' visibility predicts calamities or just signals high altitude. Either way, it's as much fun to watch as a desert sunset. A sudden wind stirs, nudging the ridges behind you, as though the dunes themselves applaud your decision to trust ancestral strategies. You grin, raising a fist to catch a few grains on your palm, swirling them like golden fairy dust. It's a tactile reminder that regardless of how well modern technology you flaunt, the desert's ancient languages remain the ultimate guide. Your fingertips trace the grain's edges, recalling the tactile lessons of last night's sand-reading ridges that pointed toward moisture avalanches that preceded wind shifts, and dunes that whispered secrets to anyone who paused long enough to listen. You stand amid the cracked basalt sunlight, bouncing off stone surfaces that shine with silicate flickers. The ridges cast long, dramatic shadows that dance with every step you take toward the horizon. In this terrain, your phone would get smothered if you tried to take a picture. Any camera lens would blur into a haze of sand. But your memory is a high-resolution recorder, capable of capturing the interplay of wind and earth in intricate detail. You pat your temple as if sending a mental snapshot to the caravan's archives, a concept far more nuanced than any digital file. Ahead, the ridge slopes upward into a narrow pass. You pivot to the caravan, noticing each handler wearing a short, tightly wrapped cloth around their noses and mouths, a simple but effective improvised mask that filters out most airborne grit. One handler holds a portable metal device called a sand funnel, a triangular contraption that fits over a camel's nostrils, redirecting airflow through damp cloth to reduce inhaled dust. You give them a thumbs up, appreciating the blend of hands-on innovation and practical need. It's evidence that even with ancient wisdom in your toolkit, there's room for thoughtful adaptation, something a modern retail store can't sell as easily as the concept of desert tested. You mount Banu and adjust your satchel, feeling the warmed sun energize your muscles. The ridge beckons a jagged frontier that promises new challenges, hidden sinkholes, sudden drops, and unpredictable wind funnels. You wonder how many modern travelers would balk at such uncertainty, preferring to stick to GPS-marked routes with clear signage. Yet the notion of following a digital breadcrumb trail here feels like an insult to all you've already learned. You smile wryly, recalling how just a few nights ago you traced the exact location of a star's reflection on a dune crest to confirm latitude. It's a process no smartphone can replicate without internet, and often no internet exists at all. As you begin to climb the basalt underfoot, offers sure footing a welcome respite from the shifting sands. Above you, a lone raven caws circling a nearby tower of stone. In medieval lore, ravens often signaled a shift in terrain or the presence of carrion. But here, you take it as a beacon. The ridge's crest will reveal a vantage point, allowing you to examine the next stretch. You urge Banu forward, murmuring, "Lead on, you primitive internal GPS. Show me where human shoes might fail." You ascend in measured steps, feeling each hoof print sink just enough to grab a foothold without risking a slide. Marissa and the handlers follow, patting camels' necks and adjusting loads. In your mind, you jot down the key takeaway when navigating unknown territory, desert, urban sprawl, or anything in between. People often forget that their senses and instincts can outperform the most advanced gadgetry. GPS may guide you mile by mile, but it won't warn you of an impending sandpit or tell you to keep your mouth closed when the wind shifts. Those are skills honed under starlight and hammered in by tangible experience, not by reading calibration instructions or pressing OK on a pop-up disclaimer. At the ridge's summit, you pause and survey the wide-open landscape, a labyrinth of canyons and plateaus that stretch into the horizon. The ground shimmers with heat waves, making distant ridges look like mirages. You spot a small cluster of quartz crystals glinting near the edge, a quirk of geology. You recall a fringe belief. Some desert shamans thought that quartz signified a point of cosmic resonance, where a person's spiritual energy could align with the Earth's. Modern travelers might call it hiking to a scenic overlook, but in your desert-tinged worldview, it's no less enchanting. You step off Banu and walk toward the quartz cluster, kneeling to run your fingers across the smooth facets. It feels oddly cool despite the relentless sun, as though the crystals store a sliver of the moon's chill. You pocket a small shard, knowing that once you return to civilization, a geologist will scoff at you for choosing quartz as a talisman. But you don't mind. In the desert, where enough people swear by obsidian and star charts, A bit of quartz adds your own personal flair to the ancient symphony of survival tools. Standing, you glance at the horizon where the next oasis should lie. You sense the trickle of excitement among the caravan water is never far in their collective consciousness, even when miles of relentless rock separate you. You remember how last night camels followed invisible cues to unearth a hidden spring. Now they might sniff out a vein of moisture still seeping through the basalt. It's a capability entirely lost to the average city dweller, who depends on bottled water and tap-check apps. You swing your leg atop Banu's back, patting her shoulder fondly for guiding you almost instinctively. Then you settle into her swaying rhythm as the caravan snakes down the ridge, moving like a slithering ribbon across the rugged landscape. In that moment, the contrast between modern convenience and ancient necessity feels clearer than ever. You might share this story on social media later, complete with a catchy thumbnail witty title and a geotagged "Ayah Desert Hacks." But you know that the true wisdom thrives in lived experience, not in any upload or live stream. As you descend, the wind shifts, carrying a breeze scented with distant palms, an unspoken promise of the next water source. You let yourself smile grateful that, armed with nothing more than a relic, astrolabe, a handful of twine, and unwavering camel intuition, you're charting a course no mass-produced app could replicate. The ridge's shadows stretch long behind you, like giant hands waving farewell to yesterday's challenges, while ushering you toward tomorrow's rewards. You exhale, settling deeper onto Banu's warm back, and give her a murmur of appreciation. "Thanks for steering me straight once again." She offers a low grunt, responding in kind. You lean forward, feeling the desert's quiet invitation to continue, armed with ancient methods, modern adaptations, and a dash of human creativity that no gadget can match. The takeaway is clear in a world of ever-advancing technology. The oldest wisdom, reading stars instead of signals, feeling grains instead of tracking GPS breadcrumbs, remains a timeless advantage. As the caravan threads through the rocky canyons, you carry that wisdom like a hidden jewel behind your eyes. You know that no matter how connected you are in the modern sense, the desert will always favor those who think like the dunes, unceasingly adaptable, quietly observant, and deeply respectful of the ancient rhythms that have guided every traveler who dared to walk under the same starlit sky. You guide Banu down the final stretch of undulating dunes, her hooves leaving a rhythmic whisper in the sand as the sun dips toward the horizon. Behind you, the caravan follows in a sinuous line, each camel's silhouette etched against the sky that blazes in tangerine and rose. You feel the collective weight of the journey settle across your shoulders, a tapestry woven from moonlit navigation sandstorm, survival stubborn faith in charmed talismans, and the unbreakable bonds formed among travelers. Tonight, as you approach the last camp before the great oasis, you sense a shift. The desert's temper softens, and its promise of rest beckons like a lullaby. Ahead, a ragged cluster of tamarisk palms marks the faint rim of the oasis. Their silvered leaves quiver in the breeze, casting flickering shadows across the sand that seem to dance with anticipation. You remember the first time you saw palms in the wilderness, marveling at their resilient roots digging deep to reach hidden aquifers. One mainstream historical fact comes to mind. By the 12th century CE, Islamic scholars recorded that oasis palms often grew in layered basins, with each layer accessing progressively deeper water tables, ensuring survival even during prolonged droughts. Here, as you crest the last dune, you glimpse that layered miracle, higher palms brushing the sky, lower groves clustered around shimmering pools. Your heart lifts, but you keep Banu's pace steady. The handlers behind murmur a soft prayer of thanks, offering the same invocation you have repeated since the journey began. May Sheikh al-Buruj guard our steps. The phrase feels like a collective heartbeat, binding you all together against the desert's indifferent expanse. In this final segment, the caravanners speak in hushed optimism, sharing memories of the weeks behind and hopes for the nights ahead. A warm mug of tea, a soft cushion to rest upon the reassuring cloak of clean air without grit in every breath. You lower your gaze and notice a delicate sand ripple at the oasis's edge, an ancient fingerprint left by yesterday's breeze. You crouch, pressing your palm into the topmost ridge. The grains are cool, but not as cool as they will feel under moonlight. You recall last night's star readings, how Polaris and Cassiopeia guided you until the storm roared. Historians still argue whether caravan guides relied more on tactile readings like this or on memorized star chants to confirm campsite locations. But in your experience, combining both senses created a seamless safety net. Here on the cusp of the oasis, you feel the synergy play out. Once more star lore led you through darkness, and now the Earth's subtle cues chase you to water. You stand dusting the sand from your palms and whisper a quip to Banu. Not many GPS apps can lead you to water when Google Maps shows you an infinite desert. She snorts softly, her ears flicking. You've learned to read that snort relief, perhaps tinged with impatience to drink. You pat her neck, murmuring, "Hold off a moment. Let's savor this approach together." Up ahead, the handlers guide the camels down a shallow ramp into the oasis basin. The ground here yields a muted splash beneath each hoof as the sand gives way to moist earth. Tamarisk roots spread like a natural web, capturing moisture close to the surface, and as your camel steps, you feel a light tickle on your boots, a delightful contrast to the rattle of grit that's been your constant companion. You inhale deeply, tasting the moist green air that hints at late spring blossoms, so different from the parched currents of dusty wind. The first camel noshes on palm fronds, plucking a few tender leaves with its prehensile lips. One handler laughs, recalling how a palm frond served as a makeshift fan during midday heat, an improvised tool that cooled both rider and beast. You join the laughter and realize how these small comforts, a handful of fronds, the swirl of cool palm shadows, have become among the greatest luxuries of the entire journey. You lead Banu to a shallow pool at the oasis's center, where reflective water glistens like a mirror. You dismount and step into the shallow edges, feeling the cool, soft silt squish between your toes. The tension knots in your muscles unwind as you take another long sip, savoring the water's clarity. The handlers cluster around each, guiding their camel's thirst, while swapping smirks of satisfaction. Here at last is reprieve. A fringed tidbit drifts into your foggy mind. Some desert sages believed that the reflection of the full moon dancing on oasis water could cure a swollen eyelid or soothe a fevered brow. An odd folk remedy that blends healing with lunar reverence. You step aside to watch the scene unfold. Camels croon with contentment as they lap handlers, hum a quiet madrigal, and the tamarisk leaves clap in a gentle applause. You find yourself grateful for the arc of experiences that led here, the nightmarish sandstorm, the near miss with quagmire dunes, the star-tossed roots, and the odd comfort of shared chants and superstitions. Each episode felt like a separate cord of rope, and here those cords weave into a strong mooring that holds you safe in calm water. As the sun sinks lower, casting long fingers of gold across the oasis, you gather a small group of handlers near a lean-to made from spare canvas and poles. Under its patchwork shade, you sit cross-legged, facing the pool palms pressed to the warm earth as a gesture of thanks. Someone offers a small cup of camel milk sweetened with date syrup, a final indulgence before the evening's chill. You accept, feeling the creamy sweetness glide across your tongue, a blissful contrast to the grit of street-side snacks that would feel like cardboard in your mouth now. A peaceful hush settles over the oasis, broken only by the croak of frogs from deeper water or the plop of a fish surfacing. You glance upward and note that early stars, Procyon, Betelgeuse, flicker into view. Tonight, for one last time, you will navigate by those constellations to find your sleeping spot beneath a palm canopy. You revel in the thought, as modern travelers with bright screen phones will never appreciate the moment when Betelgeuse blazes above an oasis like a beacon of promise. You offer a wry thought, Betelgeuse is always a better nightlight than your phone's screen way less blue light too. The final camp spreads beneath palms as handlers unload supplies, simple mats woven from reeds and goat hair blankets that feel luxuriously soft after sleeping on bare earth. You watch as one caravan member creates a small altar of smooth stones at the water's brink, an unspoken gesture to acknowledge the water's gift and the journey's end. Another arranges date palm fronds around the lean-to to catch dew, ensuring moisture for morning cooking. Each action feels like a prayer in motion, silent, reverent, and grounded in gratitude. You settle on a reed mat beside the pool, pulling your cloak around your shoulders as twilight deepens into indigo. The handlers move in practiced calm, lighting a tiny fire of dried palm fronds set in a circular stone hearth. The flames shimmer copper and gold, reflecting in the pool like dancing spirits. You close your eyes briefly, letting the crackle and warmth anchor you further into the present. It has been weeks of constant vigilance, navigating by the stars, reading grain ships, trusting camels, and weaving together communal rituals that felt as elemental as the desert itself. Now, those threads unravel into a single moment of reunion, a shared hearth, cool water, and palm shadows that flutter in a draft. You rise and wander to the pool's edge, scooping a handful of water and splashing it across your face, chest, and wrists. The cool droplets run off your skin in fine rivulets, washing away the last traces of grit and exhaustion. You let the water pool in your cupped palms for a moment, eyes shut, mind drifting back to the journey's high and low points. The night's euphoric, star-guided safe passage, the storm's punishing roar, the odd comfort of fox-tooth talismans and mustard seed charms, and the unwavering solidarity that carried you all this far. You whisper a promise to the water, I will carry your lesson wherever I go. As night deepens, the first mosquito hum reaches your ear, a reminder that this oasis, while a safe harbor, is a living ecosystem, a microcosm of life that thrives on water in a world of sand. You lean forward to catch it off guard with a gentle clap, a small but satisfying victory. You grin at the irony, a mosquito that breathes water-laden humidity, something you once thought impossible in this arid expanse. It's a closing joke the desert offers, capping your journey with a tiny sting, a reminder that no refuge is free from nature's whim. You walk back to the fire pit where the handlers prepare a simple meal, dried spiced lamb, barley flatbreads, warmed in embers, and a small bowl of spiced tea. The aroma drifts through the palm shadows like an embrace, coaxing everyone to gather. You take a seat among the circle, sharing stories in hushed tones, each recollection a stitch in the tapestry of shared memory. One handler recalls how a single star refused to appear until everyone sang a protective chant in unison. Another describes how Banu's sudden shift in gait saved the caravan from stepping into a hidden hollow. You chime in with a joke about surviving on camel milk and dust tacos, and laughter ripples through the circle, a soothing balm that chases away lingering tension. You hold your cup of tea, carefully catching the steam in your palms. In the firelight, each sip tastes like an elixir of closure, sweet, smoky, and threaded with cardamom. You feel the warmth spread in your chest as the desert's vastness retreats into a soft hush. Ahead, the palms stand sentinel, their silhouettes cradling the night sky, and you sense a gentle lull that seems to cradle all of existence, sand stars, camels, handlers, and yourself in a single breath. Your gaze drifts upward, studying the familiar constellation of Orion that once guided you across featureless dunes. Now it blazes directly overhead, as if to applaud your final steps. You whisper a soft vindication. Thanks for sticking around, old friend. You lean back onto your mat, stretching your legs beneath the soft folds of your cloak, and you let your eyes close slowly. The night air cools further, coalescing around you like a velvet blanket. The distant call of an owl echoes from unseen branches. Somewhere, water drips from a palm frond into the pool, punctuating the desert's calm. You breathe in the scented hush, feeling the familiar ache of muscles that both challenge and reward you. Each practice reading ripples, tracing stars, trusting camels, sharing water, and weaving communal rituals, has fused into a single guiding force that brought you here. Tonight, you surrender to that force, lying under swaying palms, sand soft beneath your body, and stars gazing down in quiet admiration. In your mind, you run a final tally, countless grains rid, miles traced by hoof and foot talismans, jingled chants recited, stakes hammered and water sipped, but most importantly, hearts and minds bound together against the desert's indifferent expanse. Here, at the journey's end, you know that the desert's greatest lesson isn't just survival, it's knowing that no one, no matter how seasoned, crosses these sands alone. You offer a final thought before sleep claims you, whether under the brightest city street lamp or the faintest celestial glow True navigation springs from human connection, ancient wisdom, and the humility to listen to sand stars and fellow travelers alike. It's time now to let your breath soften your thoughts, drift like tumbleweeds, settling in the dusky hush. The fire's embers wane into glowing coals, offering a subtle warmth that hums in your chest. The desert's roar has quieted, replaced by the gentle ripple of palm fronds, caressed by a faint breeze. You lie on your mat muscles, melting into the soft sand beneath you. Every ache and every lesson fades into a calm resonance. Trust in your hands guided by centuries of travelers who traced constellations by touch and stars by memory. In these dunes, no hurried footsteps or blinking screens can match the hush of a camel's breath or the wisdom embedded in each grain of sand. Tonight, you rest in that timeless understanding, assured that even when the desert's silence stretches infinitely, you are not alone. You carry the strength of every shared prayer, every chanted verse, every story told under starlight. Allow your mind to drift through gentle imagery, cool pools reflecting night skies, palms bowing in tenderness, and the steady, soothing heartbeat of campfire crackle. Each sensory detail, soft ripples on water, the punctuated drip of dew, the rustle of a palm's underside draws you deeper into tranquility. Inhale the scented air laced with tamarisk and thyme, and let it fill your lungs with serene closure. Exhale every drop of tension, releasing it back to the sand that claims all burdens. Think of the last camel silhouette against the horizon, forging onward beneath the moon's watchful eye. Imagine tracking its footsteps backwards in a gentle arc, following each curve of dune until you reach a final resting place. Feel your eyelids grow heavy with satisfaction, knowing that each navigational feat, star readings, sand whispers, communal chants, led you to this haven. As you sink into deeper rest, let a whisper drift through your mind. You are held by history and horizon, by stars and sand. Let go and drift, for the desert cradles you. Each word becomes a lullaby, melting into soft assurance. The palm's shadows merge with moonbeams, and the final rippling echoes of water fade like a distant lullaby. With every heartbeat, let yourself slip further into gentle stillness, where the desert's hush becomes your sanctuary. Now, surrender to that silent embrace. Drift between consciousness and dream, guided by ancient wisdom, sustained by human kinship, and carried on the steady pulse of the dunes. Let your journey rest here in the cradle of sand and stars until morning's gentle light calls you once more. End of script. Sweet dreams.